Hello, folks. Hello, hello. How we doing? Welcome to the stream. We're watching the World Rapid and Blitz. It's already started, and yeah, let's get into it. For the stream, I wanted to focus on the U.S. players because okay, a million good players at this event, but it's being held in the United States in New York on Wall Street, so that's very exciting. And yeah, a ton of US players are playing, obviously, because it's on home soil. So I thought it would be cool to follow them. And so we're going to be rooting for the US players here on this stream, folks. I hope that's okay. Folks like Caruana, Nakamura, Shankland, Hans Niemann, etc., etc. Right now, we got our boy, A Wonder Liang, on board one, playing against Magnus, the top dog. So already huge pairing right off the bat. Fabi, he's playing another grandmaster that represents the United States, Fidel Corrales, who's a strong GM originally from Cuba, and so that's happening on board too. But okay, folks, bear with me. I'm on a fresh setup here, so I apologize if there's some tech issues. I feel like there's definitely going to be, because this is my first time streaming with this setup, but it should be fun. Any of the dojo sensei is going to be on site? No, I don't think so. I applied, guys. I tried to get in as a wild card, and they denied my application. So we're here from warm Los Angeles, covering the event. And yeah, should be fun. Okay, now Wonder here was thinking. I loved his opening choice, because if we go back here, he's playing Magnus, and he plays the famous Scotch 4 Knights, which people know is a very drawish weapon, very draw heavy. So I love that he's doing this against Magnus and forcing Magnus to like show his class and beat him, because this is a really drawish line. Magnus plays Bishop G4, Knight E2. I think F3 here is a move. Whatever. Knight E2 takes H3, C4 takes Queen E7. And yeah, we have this position, which already feels very toothless for Black. Like, there's not much Black can really latch on here to try and outplay their opponent. But yeah, there is a so-called Magnus effect, where when you're playing the strongest player of all time, you tend to overthink things and you get nervous, and sometimes you end up not playing as well as you normally would. Now here, I think White's position looks totally fine. I mean, Queen C2 seems like the obvious move to unpin the knight and then prepare like Knight F4. And then if White grabs the bishop here, then White is just going to be like slightly better. But Queen C2, I don't know, maybe Bishop G6 Magnus will play, and I wonder we'll have to figure this out. I wonder, very strong Rapid and Blitz player, by the way. So I feel like he has great chances in this game. Yeah, this is huge. I mean, folks, people are saying they're surprised we're covering the event. It is a world championship. It is, history is on the line. Whoever wins the World Rapid, gets their name etched in the history books. World Blitz, same. So it's a big deal. It's a big deal, especially this event. This is like the strongest edition of all time. It's like everyone's playing Magnus, Hikaru, Fabi, Nepo, Alireza, all kinds of other players. So, I mean, it's Noterbeck, I believe, is in the house as well. He's a former champion. Okay, only people that aren't playing are Gukesh. Arjun's playing, by the way. Arjun's huge. But yeah, Gukesh missing. Gukesh missing. Hello, Nordovic. Hello, Lauren. Hello. Good to see you all. Now, okay, I'm having trouble. Yeah, it's like Compy's doing weird stuff. Okay, I need a good way to follow the chat. Aha. I got away. Yes, it's Iris. Thank you for subscribing. Ding, no, Ding not playing, sadly. No Ding. Okay, wait, we had some moves. So it was Queen B3. Oh, Queen B3, interesting. Wow, a Wanderer showing no fear, leaving the piece hanging. But he's got takes, Queen E2, Queen takes B4. And now, will Magnus be able to win this position? Okay, even for Magnus, I feel like this would be... I mean, I'm not saying I would hold this against Magnus, definitely not, but like in a rapid game. Classical, maybe. Rapid, definitely not. But a Wonder, though, way stronger. So I feel like he's got good chances here. But we'll see. I mean, okay, Magnus has created some potential in the position because there is some imbalance. There's like knight versus bishop, and now queens are on the board. And so if white is not careful, he might find himself under some kind of attack. But I don't see, I don't see where this rook is going, right? It's hard to lift the rook somewhere useful. Maybe rook e6. Actually, rook e6, rook g6. So this is the kind of thing that Magnus is going to play, I think. Rook e6, rook e8, knight e4, rook g6. And then that could create some real problems for white. Then there's going to be issues against white's king. Queen f3, queen takes g2, etc., etc. So, we'll see. Hello, Mido. Hello. Yes, it's Iris. Thank you for subscribing. Isn't queen and knight better than the queen and bishop? I don't know, actually. There's been a lot of debate on this, apparently. I like the queen and knight better, but when there's other pieces on the board, then of course things are very complicated. And yeah, I would say it just kind of always just depends on the position. Here, I would think white is fine. I don't think white has any issues to be really stressed. The bishop can develop easily, then the rooks come out. The only reason to be stressed is because you're playing Magnus Carlsen and he's about to do something to you, right? He's about to take you into a deep dark forest, right? And like you're gonna come out with a loss, basically. That's how it goes. So it's scary. Actually, wait, I had the FIDE broadcast up. It'd be nice for me to, because we don't have video of the players, but it'd be nice to just keep an eye on the players. So let me try to get that open. Where would this be? Here we go. All right, they're focusing on Nepo versus Kadrich, which is totally fine. But I'll keep an eye on that there. Oh, okay, they're back to the Magnus board. Oh, and a Wonder is standing up. Oh, I was watching the broadcast a little bit. A Wonder has been standing up during the game. He just stood up again. I guess after his move Queen B7. He's away for the board. What a baller, I gotta say. What a baller. Okay. I need to, having issues keeping the chat open. So I apologize, folks, if I'm not too responsive to the chat. Are Jesse and David joining anytime soon? Okay, I doubt it. So Jesse is playing a tournament this week over on the East Coast. He's playing the Eastern Open. And David, I think, is on winter break with his kids, all his kids from school. So I doubt it. I doubt they'll join. Maybe we'll see. But I think it might be just us, folks. But we've got plenty of chess to keep us company in the meantime. Okay, actually, yeah, we can totally move around. I mean, I'm very interested in this A Wonder game because he's playing Magnus. I mean, it's like, I don't know. I don't even know if he's played Magnus before, OTB, but it's kind of a big deal. But we can see how others are doing as well. For instance, we got Fabi here. He's playing Fidel Corrales. Was also a USGM now. And this looks like it was some kind of opening, I'm going to say. Maybe a Petrov. Oh, called it. Wow, look at that. Okay. So Fidel playing Fabi's specialty against him because Fabi's a big Petrov guy. But of course, solid opening. And all right, G3, King G2, takes, H4. This is a new plan. I'll just mention like this G3 King G2. I remember this was discovered in like the last couple of years, I think, because like beforehand it would be just crazy to play G3 with the bishop on. It just feels so weakening. But then the engine showed us that actually you can put the king on G2, and then the point is that you get to unpin. So if black didn't go like bishop G6 here and just made like a normal move queen D7, king G2, then at some point white is even ready to go queen C2 and allow black to play bishop takes F3 and king takes F3, just because the light squared bishop is so powerful. I don't know exactly where you can do it, right? But it's kind of a cool idea, just so you guys know. Anyway, Fidel knew about this. He just goes bishop G6 right away. But now white is able to unpin and, okay, get some pressure going with H4, H5. Okay, a couple things I need to do before we continue the analysis. Let's go back to Magnus game, though. It goes queen E5, bishop D2. Honestly, guys, if it wasn't like, if I didn't know the players, I would always take white here. I would always take white's position. I think white's slightly better because our pawns are safer. Black has isolated pawns. And in the long run, I mean, I think the bishop is better than the knight in these positions. Whether we have queens on the board, rooks on the board, it's just a matter of whether the bishop can find like a safe haven where it's not getting hit with like constant knight d5s and stuff. Okay, rook b8. Interesting move, hitting the queen. I think he's going to keep the queen on this diagonal to keep the a8 rook in his sights. But it's a feisty move. He didn't do the other rook because then, of course, white would just snack on a7. Okay, sorry. I had things to do. Let me get the chat up. Chat. Pop out chat. All right, there we go. All right, we got the Twitch chat up. Hello, Twitch chat. Good to see you all. Oh, Arjun is playing Brodsky? David Brodsky? Wow, what a matchup. What a matchup. Okay. Wait, let me go to our YouTube and open up the YouTube chat as well. All right, YouTube chat not as bumping. That's okay. That's okay. we'll keep it open as well. Beautiful. Okay, let's minus this one. Now we got all the chats. Hello, Jalp. Hello, Animesh. Hello, Alex Cav. Oh, what happened? Queens went off. What happened? Bishop d2, rook b8, bishop c3. A wonder, not fearing the tactics. And if queen takes c3, he's got queen takes b8 check. And then recaptures with more material. So takes. We get the endgame. Yeah, I think white is just a tiny bit better here. I mean, if Magnus pulls this off, then like, just, you know, truly, like, we're not worthy. You know, like, I mean, you know, huge. He did go into the endgame against Magnus, but like, it's a better endgame for white. There's no reason that white is not just slightly better in this endgame. Now, if he had black in this position against Magnus, I'd be saying, oh, no way he holds this. If a wonder had black. So with white, I gotta think that he's fine here. Yeah, I gotta think he's okay. Yeah, wonder definitely underrated for 2519. I believe this is probably his FIDE rapid rating. FIDE rapid ratings have been wonky because they're relatively new and there haven't been that many tournaments. So a lot of players are still underrated. A couple of years ago, you know, Pragnananda was like 1400 rapid or something like, and they had to like boost everyone up. So 2519 for Wonder, I would say, like, because his FIDE rating is well above 2500. He's close to 2600, I think, in terms of his classical FIDE, and he's a very good online Blitz and Rapid player. So I assume he's tremendously underrated when it comes to his OTB rating. And yeah, Black's knight on d5 is kind of on an outpost, but the c6 pawn is so tender that Yeah, it's hard to see the knight as being real solid. Okay, so f6, and now he could take on c6, right? Take on d5. I mean, if we get a rook endgame, then that's really draw city. But rook takes c6, maybe knight e7 is a trick for black. And then that looks like white loses material. Right? So bishop d4. Very good on Wonder. Good job. Good job. And look, guys, I'm not using the engine. I'll be honest, we might use the engine at some point just because rapid and blitz chess are very fast. And then if we, just don't understand something, I might just turn on the engine and just quickly check, see what the hell happened. Why didn't the dude take the queen, right? But for the most part, not going to be using the engine. So, you guys can kind of tell, if I spot something, then probably the players are also going to be spotting it. Okay, bishop d4. Oh, okay. Another thing I wanted to do is get the standing. But we'll wait after the first round to get we don't need the standings right now because it's no one has any points. Everyone's tied for first. It's 0-0. But after this first round, we'll get some standings up. We got the space for it. Mel like Butter suggesting guess the move thing for the chat. How does that work? I actually don't. Is that like a widget or I don't even know what we're talking about. Actually, I don't even know what it is. Okay, rook d8. Interesting. Wait, rook d8. Hold on. He's hanging this pawn and he's saying that he's going to have some knight b4 or knight f4 in response and good luck dealing with the pin on the d file. Magnus, feeling very frisky. I would probably just move my king here. I feel like king f1. Exactly, king f1. Very good, I wonder. Good job. Okay, rook d7 though. Now there's pressure and there's a knight e3 check floating in the position. So, hold on a sec. Hold on. We gotta fix this d file thing because if black gets one move to move the knight, we're just losing the material. So what are we doing here? I wonder, Liang. Ooh, I don't like this. Maybe king e1. Okay, that's a nice suggestion because that defends the rook, and then we can deal with the pin, and it doesn't run into knight f4 check. So I like king e1, but it's you see, this is what happens. It's you just start to feel uncomfortable. Okay, rook e1 is probably safe actually. Rook e1. I don't think white has big issues here after rook e1 because I don't see any jumps with the knight. Whenever the knight moves, we'll just move the bishop, and then we should be okay. So that doesn't seem to be a huge problem. But wait, rook e1, knight f4, knight d3. This is annoying. Yeah, this is annoying. Rook e1, knight f4. And then, yeah, knight b4 also, by the way. Just aiming for d3. And then there's no obvious solution there. So I don't know if I like rook e1 anymore. See, this is what happens. Magnus, he just starts posing some questions. All of a sudden, you have to be accurate. Okay, king e1. I think that's a good move. But there are still questions here. Knight b4, for example. Knight b4, maybe a3 is a good response. And then all the stuff trades off, and we get into drawn rook endgame. But yeah, this is the Magnus effect. We can feel it. We don't even need to see the cameras. We just feel the pressure. I do want to see the cameras though, because then I can relate to you guys the exact body language and emotion of the players. So let's bring that up. Yeah, they got Magnus there. I wonder. They're focused. Wait, the video is laggy for me though, so hold on. Let me lower the quality. All right, there we go. No, but the video's behind. I don't know if anyone's following the FIDE broadcast, but the video was like way behind the game. It was like several moves. So I don't know what's happening there. Okay. They're showing Firouzja against Ehrenberg. Oh, it's another US gem. Sergei Ehrenberg used to play in a lot of tournaments. He was from the East Coast, but he kind of stopped playing the last several years. So it's cool to see him back in action because he was very strong. Yeah, MD Knight. I was thinking about that exact same line, except at the very end, I believe there's Rook C8 check, Rook C7 check, and picking up the 8 pawn. So I think that was just a dead draw for white. So I'll put it on the board. Knight B4, A3, and then if we get a bunch of trades, take, app, not sponsored, check, and oops, sorry. Then white's gonna take on this side of the board. So this, okay, this I think even I can hold against Magnus, even in rapid. Not without increment though. I would need increment. And maybe not every game. Okay, no, probably every game. Anyway, back to the live position. Okay, King E1. Meanwhile, they're showing Firouzja. That's cool. Okay, so now Magnus, he is trying to figure out, how to put a little bit more pressure. Let me just quickly check in on Fabi. Fabi doing well. I like this. I don't know how this happened, but I definitely like it. I mean, you can't take the pawn because the knight h6. But otherwise, white either has a strong pawn on h7 or is taking on g7. Okay, so Fabi in good shape. Also way ahead on the clock. Hans, we can check. Let's see if we can find Hansy boy. Hans is playing black here against Felix Bloberger from, I believe he's from Austria. Hans doing well. He's way up on the clock. And yeah, white's position looks very vulnerable here to like knight g5, f6, knight f3 check stuff. So, but very double-edged position, but black is up on the clock a lot, which I think counts. Okay, Arjun game, sure. I can make brief exception for Arjun, even though he's not US player, but he is very exciting. I mean, there's just too many good players here, guys. There's just truly too many good players. By the way, Arjun's playing David Brodsky. All right, so we can definitely watch this game. Go, David. Oh boy. Okay, typical Arjun game where he's probably losing, but he's gonna find a way to win somehow. Time control. Good question. Is 15 plus 10 for the rapid. And okay, the last move played, knight e3 check. Actually, pretty serious move, because if white takes the knight, then black can take on d6 and pick up white's powerful bishop. All right, king c1 played, so Arjun steps out of the way. But now knight c4, bishop c4. White defends the bishop on d6, and yeah, wild position. Very, very messy. I mean, white's king looks weird. Rooks are disconnected, but he does have some clear pressure against the king. So it's like you never know when something might happen here. And oh boy. Yeah, only 3 minutes here for both sides. Okay, so all these games are about to explode. I still want to keep an eye on Magnus's game, though, just because we were following this. Let's go back here. This one has had some updates. So knight f4, g3, take, 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 take. I think Magnus gets money every time there's a take, take, take in his game, because then his company earns money. Okay, a5. I mean, it should be a draw, folks. It should be a draw. Magnus is a wizard, but I mean, equal pawns rook endgame. And white's king is a little bit closer. I mean, I think I still pick white in this position if I had to pick a side. Like, I still king e2. Okay, he goes king f1. All right, he's playing it very safe. He's playing it very safe. I don't think if a wonder was playing against me as black, he'd be playing king f1. I think he'd be playing king e2, king e3, trying to win the game. So against Magnus, he's going king f1, king g2. So this is where you get nervous for the player, because it's like, just don't bend the knee just because it's Magnus. You know, just like try to keep your composure. You got this, I wonder. You got this. Okay, meanwhile, Firouzja, I just see just sacked a piece on g2, so that's fun. Okay, we'll let them figure that out. But Firouzja looking good. King f7 played. Hikaru also playing. Oh, Christian Carrillo playing as well. Nice, nice. Hikaru, I'm just briefly checking. Hikaru looking good. Hikaru, I think, probably wins his first game. These guys still got plenty of time. All right, king f7. Now I wonder, I think should do something on the queen side, either b3 or rook a6. Either way, I think Magnus wants to play a4. And yeah, Magnus is going to, I think he's going to try to grind it out. He's going to try to, he's going to try to convert this. Do any of the U.S. women have a chance in the women's section? Yeah, I mean, I would say Carissa Yip, for example, is a very, very strong player, and she's had an amazing year. So actually, they have an interesting schedule where I believe they've staggered the rounds between the men and the women. So if I understand correctly, when the open games are done, the women's games will be either beginning or maybe in the middle, but we'll be able to switch to those and catch those live. But yeah, we have, I think, a number of players like Carissa Yip, Irina Krush is playing. Irina's very good in rapid. My friend Tadev is playing. Tadev, I think, could definitely make a big run. She plays a lot of rapid chess as well, and is very strong. So Tadev Abrahamian, I think, could definitely have a great run too. So we'll see. But yeah, there's some big names. I mean, you got like Ju Wenjun is playing. I think Tan Zhongyi is playing. Muzichuk sisters. It's tough. It's tough in the women's field as well. We got Alice Lee. Hopefully Alice Lee crushes it. Yeah, we just did a podcast actually on the freestyle chess drama, and that'll be out hopefully next couple days. But yeah, we were talking about how Hikaru Magnus apparently almost withdrew from this event. It was a whole thing. But yeah. Okay, rook d4. Rook b7, rook b6. I wonder is just kind of staying put. Makes sense. Okay, at some point Magnus is going to try to enter with the king, but white's rook is latching onto these pawns, which makes it very difficult for black to make progress. So it's really hard to advance here. Like maybe king f5, king e5, but then if you push the f pawn, you're losing the h pawn. So king f5, h5, h4. Maybe that's Magnus's next couple moves. Then king e5, then f5. Okay, you could still see how white could lose this. Like the king comes in, g4. At some point, you blunder rook d2. You gotta be careful here. You gotta be precise. And big question for white is like, why not play b3? I feel like you could play this move because if a3, rook a6, you're just picking up the pawn, and yeah, otherwise you're trading it off. Okay, I wonder doesn't want it, so he's just moving back and forth, holding on to this one. H4, I think, is the next move. Yeah, we'll probably check out Eric as well, although he's gonna be way down. We're probably not gonna get to everybody, folks. I'll just be honest. There's, I mean, amazingly 90 boards. And they're all, apparently, it looks like they're all live. Like all 90 boards are live. So that's incredible. I am curious who Eric is playing. Oh, Andy Woodward is playing. Oh, man. There's too many good players here. Okay, Eric probably played up. Oh, Eric is playing Andrei Volokitin. Wow. Very strong grandmaster from Ukraine. All right, we'll briefly check on Eric. And he is probably losing. Okay. So not good. But Eric, you know, he's a tricky guy. I'm sure he'll bounce back. His king is just a little bit too weak in this one. Okay. Not looking good for Eric, guys, but he'll have more rounds to catch up. And a wonder has gone b3. Okay. Go a wonder. Can he hold this? Yeah, it looked really bad, Eduardo. It did. Yeah, Volokitin, author of the great Perfect Your Chess book. He's perfected his chess, essentially. Okay, a3. So now Wonder's starting to go b4, which would be very annoying for black, because this is a protected pawn, and pawn starts running. So I think Magnus has to take. Or rook d3, maybe. But rook d3, white can take on a4. It's not such a big deal. I think Magnus is taking. Rook takes, and then maybe rook a4. That's very much a draw, but Magnus gonna push. Fabi, in the meantime, he's up a piece, so he should be converting. A link for the games. Yes, let me get you guys link for the games. Actually, if we could pin this in the chat, that would be great. Because yeah, you guys can follow the games on your own. And let me put this in the YouTube chat as well. Then I won't be able to pin it there. All right, there are the games. Okay, rook a5. And now we just sit. We just sit, I wonder. Just sit back and forth. I mean, even without the a-pawn, this endgame would be a pretty simple draw. But yeah, you have the a pawn. Sometimes this actually complicates things because like you focus on holding on to your pawn, and who knows, maybe at some point it's just better to move the rook up and go active with it. But okay, I think I wonder should hold this. It won't be the first time Magnus drew his first game or one of his first games in World Rapid. He tends to start kind of slow in the first day. But it's also Magnus's fault a little bit. I mean, he's the one that played e4, e5. If he didn't want to allow the four knight scotch, you know, you don't go e4, e5 against lower rated player. Okay, let's check in with Fabi. We'll come back to Magnus. I think that game's going to go on for some time. Fabi, though, looks very winning because he's got an extra horse. And this f-pawn is galloping forward as well. And I don't see any real counterplay here for black. So king f3, we push f6. Rook h2, we give check from behind. Kick the king out, and then, yeah, f-pawn promotes. So Fabi should be winning this very soon. And that's it. That game is done. Let's go to Hikaru. Hikaru, wow, okay, this position is insane. I don't even know who's better. I don't know who's better, but he's playing Renat Jumabayev, strong GM from Kazakhstan. And like he definitely can't take here. I don't think black is gonna want to take there. It says black ran out of time. I don't know what happened. I'm guessing the dude didn't run out of time, but okay, we might be having some DGT issues. Let's go to Levon. Levon better. Levon, I think, clearly better. He's playing Mads Andersen from, I think, Denmark. Kid's got seconds. Tough position for black because g6 is in the air. This is hanging. So it's like you can't move anything. Like queen c2, I think you just have to wait. But like, okay, white just picks up a pawn and is dominating. Okay, I think Levon won this game. I think Levon won. I don't think it's showing on the board, but I don't see what black can do here. You can't move the rook, and white's about to just take all your pawns. So you're completely dominated. Okay, Hikaru, I don't know what's going on there. I wonder. Oh, we got some updates. So g4 played. Takes. And see, there he goes. So he's just pitching the pawn because he's relying on his counterplay with the checks from behind. And that is very annoying for black. But this is okay. This is a possible chance for Magnus, you know, because he'll be able to keep the extra pawn maybe. But it might be tough. Rook f4 comes. I think a wonder is holding this. Okay, Hikaru game I think is difficult just to figure out. Okay, let's stick with the wonder. So check king h2. Ooh, chat saying Arjun is winning. Arjun good, guys. Arjun good. So it's not surprising. Oh, looks like Christian lost to Abdusatorov. So Noterbeck, strong start. Okay, here rook b5. Sorry, folks, too many games to check out, but I will do my best. And also, we'll have time maybe in between rounds to see other games as well. Okay, so rook f5, rook b5. Magnus doesn't want to touch this a-pawn. He wants to keep this rook alive on the 5th rank. So white starts giving checks. Oh, wow, a lot of checks. Okay, check, check, check. New app coming this spring. Where's black's king going to hide? Because I don't think you can go rook e5. I think, or can you? No, that's a draw. White will take, go king h2, f3, break up the pawns, and draw that in time. But Magnus thinking he's down to 30 seconds, so he's definitely thinking about rook e5. He's like, can I play rook e5? Because if he could, that would be nice. Oh, he plays it. He plays it. Okay, I wonder now has to figure this out. I thought this was a draw. I thought you take, you go a4. Black has to go after the pawn, a5, king c5, and then white goes king h2. Meanwhile, black is taking your pawn. We're going f3 and breaking up the pawns. But the question is, can black... Is there a4, king f4, a5, king f3, a6, h2 check, take, take, a7, g3, king h3, g2, a8 queen? It's a draw. Black's not in time. It's a draw. All right, I wonder. Go. a4. a4. Make the draw. Because king f4, black's not faster with this counterplay. Okay, he's thinking about something. What's he thinking about? Okay, good. Good. All right, f3 now. Wow. Bravo, Wonder. Bravo, Wonder. And, okay, I don't know. They're going to agree to a draw or that's it. But that's it. Draw is happening. Yeah. Okay, Magnus made a rook. Very funny. And draw on the board. Let's go. Okay. Let's jump down. Who's still playing? Who's still playing? I know we wanted the Arjun game. Arjun won. Arjun won. Okay, well, he was up a rook. I don't know. I don't know what happened in this game. It looks pretty crazy. As usual, some wild stuff. Okay, double rook endgame. 3 pass pawns each, of course. But black's pieces were a little bit more. Or white, actually, white's a pawn. So black won the pawn, but white's a pawn was just stronger. Wow. Okay, well, good for Arjun. Let me see. Let's find active games. Who's still playing? Oh, we got VAR playing. My former coach. Oh, but he's he's kind of in trouble here. What is happening? I mean, it feels like a draw, because if you can give the bishop for a pawn, or for, yeah, well, just for the pawn, or for both the knights, then this would be good for white. It would be a draw, but I mean, I don't know. It might be, actually, it's kind of tough, because he wants, I think it might be losing, because h3, h2 is coming, and then knight f2? Yeah, I think it's losing, actually. I think black's winning this. I think black's winning. King is coming in, and then both knights coming in as well. Yeah, big nightmare. h2 now. h2, just game over. h2, knight f2 is mate. I mean, h2 is just resigns. What? What? I mean, this is also winning. This is also winning. I mean, completely winning. But wait, what? What? See, this is where I need to use the engine because I don't want to spend an hour here. Why wasn't H2 just game over? Can anyone? Okay, I don't think we need the engine for this. I think that was good enough. Yeah. Okay, Antipov Faustino Oro, the new Messi of chess. Ooh, he's trying to hold this, but this is gonna be tough. I don't think the kid's holding this. Not against experienced grandmaster. Yeah. Okay. In the meantime, women are playing. Let me try to find the women's games, but it's gonna be hard to. Maybe I can find it this way. Oh, no. Okay, 1 second, folks. All right. Yeah, they don't make it easy to switch between the open and the women's, unfortunately. Okay, but here we go. We got him here. Okay, Alice Lee in the house. And she's playing a strong female from Kazakhstan, Zhenya, who's on the very strong team from the Olympiad. Okay, how's Alice doing? Alice, doing good. I like her position. Stuff is equal, but she's active. This is hanging, so don't hang that. And we're up on the clock. Okay. Good. Go, Alice. Let's see who else we got. We have Atusa playing. Atusa also very strong. Black against Kostenyuk. And what's going on here? Okay, Atusa completely winning. She's got 2 bishops against the rook. She just has to watch out for this rook e8 is kind of annoying. Okay, completely winning is maybe strong. It's still a little bit tricky, but I think she's winning here. I think she's winning. All right, who else we got? Oh wow, takes here. Rook e8, a2. Now if black can't take on a3 because there's going to be bishop c5 check in the end. So it's all over. I think because white, even if white could take on f8, the king is not getting mated there. Oh, sorry. My bad, folks. I just switched to Talia's game. She's playing Anna Muzichuk. And all these games just down to seconds. Okay, white up a pawn here. Talia needs to hold on. Ooh, Brandon Jacobson beat Van Forest. Man, so many players. Go Brandon. Sorry, folks, 1 second. Yeah, a ton of U.S. players. Well, yeah, that's what happens when you hold it in the States. You're gonna get a ton of U.S. players. Tani is also playing. Yeah, Tani, I saw him in the field as well. Okay, what's happening here? Knight c4. Knight d6 maybe. Oh, and did Tani win his first game? Oh, nice, nice. Go Tani. Actually, that reminded me. I wanted to find a way to turn on the move sounds. But I don't know if I'll be able to. Yeah, don't think we're getting move sounds. Okay, knight d6. Oh boy, Talia under pressure here. White's knight very strong. Rook b7 is kind of a problem. Not looking good for Talia. Rook b3, rook b7. Okay, hopefully she didn't flag. Oh, let's see how Chris is doing. Chris is playing a fellow U.S. player, Iris Mu, who's actually strong junior. So this is not easy pairing, but Chris looks to be up a knight. So probably she should convert this. Ooh, playing for mate now. She wants h4 and rook e1. Okay, go Carissa. Okay. Yeah, Mel like butter. It sounds familiar, but I don't recall exactly. Let's see. Who else we got? Okay, looks like Carissa won. Let's go back to Alice. Alice, well, up a pawn. But probably white is holding this because she's going to take on e6, and then we're just left with 3 versus 2. And yeah, generally that's drawn when they're all on one side of the board. But Alice will try. I mean, she might be able to trick her opponent here. Okay, she goes rook e7 and keeps her pawns intact. Maybe a better version. And okay, she'll be trying. Let's go to Talia. Ooh, Talia in big trouble, I think. Because c7, c8 is coming quickly. So e3 takes. Okay, she's trying for e2, last-ditch counterplay. But king f2, maybe white can just cover this one. Okay, c7. Anna Muzachuk, of course, very, very strong. So e2, king f2, and hard for black to proceed there. Oh, queen f3 check and takes. Oh, even simpler. Even simpler. And that's game, because that's okay, just 2 extra pawns for white. And yeah, you're not going to defend against both of them. Okay, Alice still trying. Oh, we have Elisa Melikina playing. She used to play in the U.S. Women's Championship a few years ago. She is... okay, down a pawn, but kind of holding here against much stronger player, because it's hard for black to make progress here. White is starting to take on e4. The knight c3, bishop c4, bishop g5 check. Yeah, 2 bishops, but down a pawn. So when you're down a pawn, it's always tricky. Oh, and king g6. Oh, we go for the opposite color bishops. Oh, very interesting. But can black win this? Because white is just going to stay latched on to this pawn. So you have to push f4. And then white has like a really simple blockade. I mean, without the 8 pawns, it would be an easy draw. But with the 8 pawns, of course, black can always try to sneak around and get in this way. So this will still be, I think, a tough defense for white. f4. Okay, bishop comes this way. And f4. Wow, a lot of moves. But now white has this like temporary fortress. The problem is if you move the king, black is going to advance the f pawn. So you can't move the king here. And then if you move the bishop, king c3 and d3 is coming. So this is looking very tough for white. Okay, you can play here. King c3, bishop e2. Maybe still holding, but it's very close, very tough, very tough. Oh, is Danya playing? I didn't see Danya on the list. He won his first round. Wow, okay, go Danya. Definitely want to follow his games as well. Nice. Okay, bishop d1 played. Can white hold this? Doesn't look easy. King c3. Bishop e2, a5. Maybe play a4. Maybe play a4. Yeah, you can't go king d3 because that would allow black to advance f3, f2. And then you're really getting stretched out as white. So you got to try to keep black's pawns at bay. I'm nervous for white because we don't have a lot of moves in the position, but I like a4. So I think this is a draw because when the king goes to b4, we go bishop b5. That's one fortress. If the king drops back here, we have bishop e2. That's a second fortress. And yeah, I don't see how black breaks through. Now, black can be tricky, like go this way, try to get the king to f2. But then white will have to make sure that the bishop is in time to get on this diagonal. So if king d2, bishop here, king e1, bishop here. And it might be winning for black, but it's like it looks really hard to win because king f2, bishop h5. So, well, maybe king e2. Oh, king e2 is kind of a sick move. Oh, king e1 and then bishop e8, king e2. And then anywhere you give check, black goes the other way, and it's going to be hard to... But even there, it was tricky. It wasn't so obvious. So, okay, black goes back, resets. I'm very curious. Will Alyssa be able to hold this? King b4. Am I following Dina, Bell, and Kai? I mean, I definitely will if we get a chance. But of course, there's a ton of players. So I'll definitely keep an eye out for her games. Oh, I see Jennifer Yu is playing. She won. Begum won as well. Okay, so U.S. women did pretty well in the first round. That's good to see. Okay, bishop a6. Is this an objective draw? I'm not sure, Siddharth. I don't see a way for black to win. I don't see a way for black to break through. But in practice, it is difficult because black can kind of just keep going around in circles, and you have to make sure you're holding, for 50 moves. So that's always tough. It's a lot of pressure. But I don't see how black breaks through. Although, you never know. Like some f3, for example, f3 takes d3. That might be winning. I mean, why not just f3? Well, f3 is a hard move to play. You're giving up your pawn. You're giving up one of your pawns. But f3 might be winning because d3, d2, and it's not clear if white can get back in time to set up a blockade on the d1 square. So I think that might have been good. I think that might have been winning. But only seconds on the clock for these players. So yeah, I think she's waiting for the right moment. I think she's going to try something like this at some point, but waiting for the right moment. Now, once again, white has to move. You have to pick a direction. You can't leave this diagonal because d3. So I think bishop to b5. And then black might go for this f3 takes d3. Followed by d2, king c2. And in the long run, guys, the reason why... Oh, there she goes. Yeah, this is probably winning for black. And the big point here is that this a-pawn does promote on a dark square, which is very important for the bishop. Otherwise, white could even take here, and that would be an immediate draw because the king would be able to get back in time. No, I think it is winning now for black because you can't take. And next is here in king c2. Yeah, exactly, Florian. I think we're getting the same line here. I think black just wanted to put the bishop on d6 first and then go for this line, but yeah, looks like this is game over. Nothing white can do. Black just keeps the extra piece and will promote. Okay, let's go to Alice. Oh, Alice winning. Alice winning. Let's go, Alice. Look at this move. Okay, somehow she won all of white's pawns by getting the rook to g3 and then just bringing the king around. Wow, so very nice play by Alice here. And then she found a way to just trade the rooks off immediately. Because rook takes, you have f3 check. And then, of course, this is an easy win. Okay, go Alice. So Alice won, Atusa won. Atusa beat Kostyuk, by the way. So huge result for Atusa. Probably the biggest result of the round for the U.S. women. Carissa won. Rochelle won against Irina Krush. Sadly, Rochelle... The good news is that Rochelle scored a huge upset. The bad news is that the upset was against Irina Krush, one of our favorites, to medal in the event. Looks like Megan Paragua drew against Anna Sargsyan. Anna actually representing Armenia, but she actually lives in St. Louis. She attends one of the schools there, so she is basically American at this point. Jennifer, you won. Begum won. See Jennifer's final position. Looks like... Okay, she was playing fairly low-rated opponent, but got the job done. Oh, because on Queen e5, defending the rook, the point is white just trades and goes rook f7 and just wins the queen right away. So, okay, Begum also won here at the end with this endgame. Tatev drew. It's like she was playing strong Kazakh girl. Okay, I think that's it for the women round one. Let me go back to the open. And there's still a game here. Oh, they're still playing the round one. Wow. Wow. Okay, someone mentioned this in the chat that they were playing queen versus rook. Oh, man. And the pawn's on g6. And I think it's a winning position for white. I think it is a win, but it's going to take some time. It's going to delay the games. Every year there's always like drama, delays, disputes. This game is definitely going to delay the action. Cuz white, he's going to play here and it's tough for black to hold. I think it is winning for white, I think, with best play, but it's not going to be easy. All right, good night. Good night, Mel Like Butter. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. In the meantime, let's take a quick stream break. Not a break. We're not taking a break from the stream. Not yet. We might take a break between rounds. But let's take a news station identification break. You guys are watching this on Chess Dojo, and we got a good number of viewers. Nice. We got Twitch, YouTube going. I'll get the standings up as well soon for the first round. And let me actually want to adjust one thing here. Clean that up a bit. Whoops. Okay, that's not clean. No, we just messed that up. 1 second. We'll fix it. Why is this thing's very broken for me? I apologize. Okay, that's a little bit better. Now let's fix it completely. Hello, Marek. How's it going? Okay, there we go. Yeah, now this one is tough because, okay, black has this g-pawn, which is obviously very helpful. If the pawn was back on g7, it would actually be a very easy draw. That's a very well-known fortress. You guys should all know this. The rook just slides from f6 to h6 because it's defended by the pawn, and white can't do anything. But with the pawn on g6, black doesn't have the same fortress idea with rook f5, rook h5, because there's more room on the back rank for white to like mess with black's king and stuff. So That's why I think this one should be winning with the pawn on g6, but not easy to convert at all. And now black's rook is off in danger zone. Yeah, very scary for this rook. Very scary. Six, actually, I think it's over because king h7, there's queen h4. And if you go rook g1, I think white picks up the rook with checks. Check, 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 all the way to a7. Or if the king is on the h file, it's going to be a check on h2. So king h7, black throwing this check, very, very useful. Oh, 10 moves until the 50 move rule. Ooh, okay. So maybe it was winning for white, but he might not have found the best technique to do it. And now black might be saving it just in time. Wow, wow, wow. All right, in the meantime, let's see if we can get some standings up. Okay. Oh, show all windows. No, that's not what we wanted. Standings, standings, standings. This one. Yes, okay. Get the standings up. Now for the 50 move rule, the arbiters, I think, don't call it until it's 75 moves. So it's up to the players to make a 50 move claim if they think it's been 50 moves. So it's always a question of like, should you claim? I think in general you should, if you think there's a good chance that you hit it, or if you're losing and you're about to lose your rook, then you might as well claim because you have nothing to lose. All right, we're getting the standings up here in just a sec, folks. So the stream, usual, slowly evolving. And let's see here. Almost ready. And voila. Yeah, they're not notating because the time control is 15 plus 10. So there's no time. And yeah, no, it's really hard to keep track during the game whether it's been 50 moves. So you just keep playing, and then basically you should claim if you're losing. Or at this point, if he has to go g5 right now, then I would claim right at this moment before you go g5, because g5 resets the rule. Oh, maybe it's not actually, because queen d1 you still have rook g4. So he's still okay. He's still okay. But he should probably claim soon. Yeah, exactly. They got DGT board, so they know exactly how many moves. So it's very easy for them to verify. And they can also, they do end the game once it's been 75 moves without a capture or pawn push. Oh, okay. Time to claim. Time to claim because black's next move, white is going to be able to take something. So time to claim. Yeah, you can go rook h3, queen e4 check, and then claim. But okay, rook h3, queen e4 check, and then you claim. Okay, time to check out live broadcast because I'm sure they're showing it there. And yeah, everyone's like watching this game. Oh yeah, it looks like he's made the claim. Yeah, he made the claim already, and everyone's watching. Big crowd. And draw verified. Okay, folks, that does it for round 1. I'm not sure when the next round's supposed to be. I think might be like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. We'll see. So I'm going to take a quick break. Alrighty, folks, we are back. Apologies for the delay. But we got round 2 underway. Let's see who's playing. I got Merzen up against Fabi. Figure this should be our key game because Fabi now, Magnus drew the first game, so Fabi, I think, is the number 2 seed in the event. So he's now kind of on the unofficial top board. And okay, let's quickly run it back because this looks like this was Sveshnikov. Love a good Sveshnikov. Let's go. Okay, knight of 6. This is the line we've been playing lately. D4. And we get classic mainline Svesh. Take c4, b4, knight c2, a5. These are all kind of normal moves. Castles, g6, queen d3, bishop g7, rook d1, bishop b6, bishop f3, queen b8. Typical maneuver here from black. Bring the queen to a7 and c5 a lot of times. Jake, as I've always said, Svesh is Besh. Yeah, that's what Fischer said, right? Svesh, Besh by Tesh. And queen b8, we have a few more moves. b3, queen a7, rook b8, g3, rook b7, bishop g2, queen c5, f4. Okay, both sides played this very normal so far. Merzen, by the way, very dangerous junior. Very, very strong in the fast time controls. So we have to take him quite seriously. Oh, I see Donchenko playing Wei Yi in the main broadcast. Amazing. And what a tournament. What a tournament. What a field. Just totally stacked. And yeah, white just got this f4 in, which is one of their main plans. But in general, I think black's position here really, really solid. And a lot of times black can't even overtake the initiative. Yeah, Kalashnikov Sicilian also very interesting. I myself play that these days quite a bit. I switch between Svesh and the Kalashnikov. And yeah, in fact, Yevgeny Sveshnikov himself, I remember listening to him on some broadcasts. He was doing commentary, and he was claiming ownership to the Kalashnikov variation, not what we know as the Sveshnikov. But that's a whole nother story. I don't know what the deal is there. But yeah, anyways, the point is black gives up this d5 square, white kind of sits on it. At some point, black can take and go for a position with opposite colored bishops that I think is, those are often not too dangerous, but you don't really want to rush with that right away. I don't think any reason to do so. But big decision now how to react to f4 because white wants to potentially play f5 and start squeezing the king side. So one move for black that comes to mind is to play f5 ourselves. I don't see anything too wrong with this move. except that it weakens the bishop a little bit, so sometimes you get hit with some nasty bishop h3. But I think we're okay there. Rook f7 and so on. So f5 looks reasonable here. E takes f4 is another very typical reaction, just opening up the bishop. It looks anti-positional, but you open up your strong bishop. Okay, Fabi goes for knight d4. Now this move is not immediately obvious because after knight takes d4, let's just say we recapture. Normally this is like kind of a bad structure for black, but like f5 for example, and then I think black just has to take on d5 and play this kind of position with the opposite colored bishops. And I'm not exactly sure how to evaluate this right off the bat. It looks complicated. Maybe black is totally okay. I don't know. There's like f6 stuff. You know, it's concrete. It's concrete. But I'm just wondering on knight d4, knight takes d4. I'm just wondering if it makes a difference to take. Okay, you can take with the queen on d4 also, but I was thinking if you can take here with on d5 right away. I don't know if this makes a huge difference, but let's see. Knight doesn't really have any jumps. Knight b5 maybe, but let's say here. Does this make a huge difference? Not really. E takes d4. If anything, this is a better version for white because white doesn't necessarily want to push f5 so quickly. Okay, so knight d4 seems pretty solid, and maybe knight d4 he even wants queen d4. And to go for this endgame where I think... Okay, I don't know if black has any realistic winning chances. You'd have to ask Fabi, but... well, it's playable, and I think, okay, I don't think black is really risking here. So, maybe bishop e5. It seems like black's position is totally fine, actually, this endgame. So, yeah. I don't know if he wins it, but okay, at least he's not really risking to lose, which I think is... perhaps more important. But we'll see. We'll see. Very interesting. Very interesting. I you know, you guys know I play Sveshnikov a lot, so I'm always curious about these structures. We have Guitar Spider in the chat. Hello, hello. Shout out to everyone. By the way, folks, I didn't mention this, but let me mention this now. We are actually doing our yearly New Year's deal here at the dojo. You can get yourself a free full month of the dojo training program by signing up at the site and using the code NY25. Yeah, I don't know if we have the command set up yet. I don't. It's been Christmas. It was just Christmas. So I don't know if we've got the command set up yet. But if you go to ChessDojo.club and you want to sign up for a full account, you can get a free account and just check it out. But if you want to try out the full version, you can get a free month using code NY25, aka New Year 25. And that's very exciting because people are always wanting to try out the program. Number one, you can get a free account and see what it's like, but also now you can try the full thing. And if you like it, great. If not, then you can always cancel and it's free. So there you have it. Check out the site, folks, if you're interested in improving your chess in 2025. If you're not, that's cool. That's cool. If you just want to keep doing what you're doing, right? Just cycling through random courses, not really making any progress, always suffering in your games, not joining, friendly and welcoming community. That's cool, I guess. But, if you're interested in, maybe, joining some like-minded people that are all about chess improvement and joining the #1 training program out there, according to ChatGPT, when you prompt it in a certain way, if you want to join, then now's the time. So ChessDojo.club, NY25. Look, folks, we don't run any ads, okay, on the podcast, right? You're never like, there's no ads for like, razors or insurance or like, what's like a classic, I remember, what was the one? It was like Squarespace. Every podcast was sponsored by Squarespace. There's no Squarespace ads. We just do our own thing. Okay, knight d4, knight ce3. So Merzin not interested in the trade. And reinforces the knight on d5, because what black was threatening with the last move, I'll just take it back to the instructive value for some brand awareness. Going back to the position, if black were to take on d5 and white couldn't take back with the piece, then that kind of spoils white's structural advantage. So here, of course, white is intending to take back with the knight. Yeah, position to me still seems close to balanced. So yeah, but it's sharp. You know, it's one. I mean, there's so many pieces on the board; it could explode at any second. And I think white does want to go f5. So it's like, actually, yeah, there's quite a bit of stuff to think about here for black. If we go f5 right away, then white can take. Knight takes. Knight takes. Bishop takes. Well, actually, now the rook on b7. It's really hard to play f5 with this rook here. But I don't actually see what white can do to us. Alice just got f5 against Jennifer. It's Alice Lee against Jennifer Yu. Oh, it's a big matchup. Okay, we'll check that game out as well, for sure. Keep us posted. But I thought the women's schedule was like ahead of the men's schedule. Like, you know, their game started later, but it sounds like their game is like deeper than, or like further in than this one. Is that right? Or I guess I could take a look. Okay, in the meantime, other pairings we have Aryan Tari playing Levon Aronian. Wow. MVL playing Antipov. Dominguez playing Grandmaster from Spain. And, oh, right, because that open game was so long. Oh, we have Andy Woodward against Grischuk. Oh, folks, we got to watch this. Oh, what a game. What a pairing. Okay, Andy Woodward, rising U.S. star. Super talent, let's call him. Against the veteran now, Grischuk. So, okay, this was clearly Catalan. Let's see how we got there. So Catalan, this is Andy's typical sauce. Knight c3 gives up the pawn. Knight d2. Knight e4 gets the pawn back. Black gets the bishop pair, but white has a very, very solid structure. Okay, things are still, I would say, roughly balanced here. A3, white completes the prophecy. You know, whenever you give up the bishop pair, you want to then place all of your pawns on the opposite color of your own bishop. So white completes the prophecy, and I mean, I think white stands well because your knights always have squares. So these knights, as Hikaru would call them, you got knight e5, knight c5, and black's two bishops are not that impressive. However, black does have ways of messing with white's knights because you always have these moves like f6 and b6 that challenge white's knights. b6 is hard to play though. f6 I think you can play, but b6 is hard to play because it does weaken the c6 square quite a bit. So black is going to be really, really careful, I think, before he goes for b6, c5. But that would be kind of a long-term plan, putting the rooks on b8, c8, and then trying to clear the diagonal off of white's bishop. Okay, bishop e8 is another very typical move, just getting out of the way of white's knights. Usually this is connected with f6. So Grischuk here just playing very, very patiently. I kind of like white's position, though. I think he's got some nice pressure. I think objectively it's probably not much, but It's one of those positions where it feels like white has more of a freer hand. Okay, king h1. Andy, like, playing quick. You know, king h1, not the most obvious move, but okay, just king h1, just improving his position. Maybe he'll go rook g1 at some point. And then black will have to think about operations along the g files, like rook g1, bishop f3, rook g3, rook cg1. If black isn't doing anything, white has a lot of time for these moves. Okay, king h8, Grishchuk, down to under 4 minutes. His classic time trouble, of course. Not a lot of time, though. And Andy is strong, guys. I mean, Andy's very strong. And he's also really good in online Rapid and Blitz. You know, good enough that he was once on Kramnik's radar, right? Let's just put it that way. So he was that good that Kramnik was posting about him on the internet. Rook g1 continues to play fast. Now, will black play f6? F6 seems to be the move, I would think, because you open up your bishop, and bishop on g6 looks really nice here for black. It does weaken the e-pawn, but well, you can't have everything. You can't have everything. I mean, if you don't move these pawns, the bishops are going to stay passive for the rest of the game. It's 3 minutes. You know, this is why I feel like Rapid and Blitz are such a different game, because like in classical chess, maybe the position is perfectly holdable for black, no problems. In Blitz, it feels very unpleasant. Or Blitz and Rapid, like, let's just say it feels unpleasant to have to play this position. All right, he does go f6. If you guys don't know who Grishchuk is, he's an incredibly strong player. He definitely used to be one of the top Blitz players in the world. I would say he still is. Maybe not like top 5, but likely top 15, top 20 would be my guess. I don't know. I mean, it's been a couple years, but he was once really, really one of the elite Blitz players. And I think he is a former multiple-time World Blitz champion. I think maybe 1 or 2 titles. Okay, hold on. Big changes here. Knight c5 played. Notice that he played it after f6. So he gets f6 in, knight c5, take. Now bishop to g6. So the structure has changed dramatically. Black has given back the bishop pair, but now white has established this outpost on d6, which is definitely very nice. So I'm liking this for white. I mean, go Andy. I think bishop e4 now. Bishop e4. This bishop is not, I think, that useful for white. Like, it's not going to do much against it. So bishop e4, trade it off. Then we have the d6 square. We can pile. Like, I think that's a nice position for white. So bishop e4, go Andy. Go Andy. Grishchuk, yes, quite tall, as many players are. Andy, not that tall yet. One day, I'm sure he will be. But he's still got some room to grow. But Andy, very, very strong. Let's see, who did he beat in the first game? He beat FIDE Master from Australia. So he played down the first game, but got the W. Now taking on the elite Grishchuk. Excuse me. Okay, bishop g6. Andy thinking. And yeah, all of our commands are delayed, I'm afraid, or out of date. Let me see if I can fix some of our commands, because that would be useful. Formats command. We're not going to do the format command. It's 15 plus 10. Sorry. Also, folks, I will say if there's no commands in the title of the show, that means there's no commands that we're suggesting right now. 15-10. Yeah, yeah. You got it. Okay, let me find our thing so I can update, because we got a code now, and I think our we still got our Black Friday code up on our Twitch. So try to figure it out. Right, stream elements. Stream elements change their thing. What's going on? I can't seem to log in. Oh, there we go. All right, dashboard. Chatbots, chat commands, custom commands. Let's turn the format host off. Our book is out too, by the way, folks. We got a book out. All right, but let's make a new command. Get a free month using code NY25 at checkout. New Year's deal. Start your 2025 right. Folks, look, we just want you guys to get better at chess, all right? That's what we want. And, you know, if we have to drag you kicking and screaming to the site, so be it, okay? So be it. Start your 2025 right and get a free month of the Dojo training program. Code NY25 at checkout. Okay. Command active. Now, what else I wanted to... Oh. Yes, let's update the title. All right, so we got exclam NY25. That's live. And we got exclam book. Exclam book is also live. Okay. Where's the game? All right, here we go. Bishop e4 played. Good, Andy. Good. I like it when they play my moves. Wait, Andy now has nearly the same amount of time as Grishchuk. Not good, Andy. Where do we use all our time? On bishop e4? Takes? Okay, knight d6 is the obvious move, but why aren't we playing knight d6? Andy Woodward. Explain. Explain, Andy. Knight d2. I guess b6 was the issue. Yeah, he didn't like b6. I mean, it must be b6. I don't even know why I was asking. It must be b6. That's the only move that would cause issues with the knight on d6. Okay, so he goes knight d2. The knight still is on a good circuit. Like knight e4, knight d6. Can still happen. Or maybe he wants knight f3, knight d4. Also logical. So I do think white is actually a bit better here. I mean, the knight on d5 is nice, but it's completely restricted by white's pawns. All its squares are nicely covered, even the b6 square. So I like this for white. He also has ideas of just putting some pressure on the king side. To me, it's a position where you can play on both sides of the board. So it's very unpleasant for black to defend because white can look to get the d6 square. White can put some ideas on h7. And okay, black has to find some counterplay. So Grishik thinking, I mean, rook d8 would be natural move, but okay, he goes f5. Yeah, also there's always rook c4. And yeah, this a pawn. So in fact, rook d8 is not such an easy move to play because it's always... Okay, now rook d8, I mean, still lines up against the knight, but anyways, you don't want to leave this guy behind long term. Now f5 is a big move because that gives white the e5 square as well for the knight. So look for white to use this one. But I think Grishik wants to go active here with queen h4 and just, you know, talk to white's king. You know, he just wants to talk to white's king. Okay, guys, he just wants to talk. He just wants to talk. But Andy can play queen g2 and prevent queen h4 altogether. I kind of like queen g2 here. Just targeting this one and being somewhat out of the way. But I guess queen g2 you don't want to play because you really want to lift your rook up and over that queen so you can get all three pieces to the king side. Okay, I'm watching Magnus here. He's down a rook, but completely winning because he has a million pawns. And yeah, he's just down. Okay, got the exchange and now got pawn. So Magnus on the board, 1.5 out of 2. Queen d4, yeah, also stops queen h4. But queen d4, you know, maybe runs into a future rook d8. So that's the drawback of that one. Okay, they're showing the Fabi game. Looks like Fabi, very complicated position still against Merzin. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Queen c2, e5 played. Okay, queen c2, e5. So this is Grishik's idea, to break free with e5. Takes. Okay, actually well, with the queen on c2, this makes perfect sense. I don't know if he would have played that with queen g2. Maybe he would have. So maybe white should have played queen e5 to not... Because this feels like black has broken through a bit and is now comfortably equalizing. I would say black is quite comfortable here. I think queen e5. You guys are on point. I mean, to me, it looks like maybe a more ambitious try. I'm not sure if it was the best move, but here it feels like black is actually kind of happy because you have f4 coming, and it's white's king that's actually a little bit more open here than black's in the long run. Okay, knight c4, inviting possible endgame with queen e4 check, which might be tempting for black because after takes, the rook opens up on the f file. So Andy, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think he's still very much okay, but yeah, probably could have had better than this because I feel like his position was quite nice out of the opening. And here I think, well, okay, still very much a game. We'll see. I mean, it's basically a bullet game here. They got 10-second increments. Ooh, I see Krista Yip won her second game against Olivia Kielbasa from Poland. She's a very strong player, so. Good job, Carissa. That's a huge pickup for her. I think Carissa's on 2-0 now. So, bravo, Carissa. Okay, rook g2 played. Nice and easy. Alice defeated Jennifer. Wow, okay, that's a big result because Jennifer, I would say, is another player that can go quite deep in this tournament. And in fact, I think Jennifer did really well either last year's World Rapid in Blitz. Carissa Shewin. Yeah, that's funny. So, Chris in good form. Alice on 2-0. Hopefully Jennifer can bounce back. I know Irina. The problem is the U.S. women, they keep beating each other because Irina lost first round to Rochelle Wu, who's also a U.S. player. And it's like, you guys need to stop. You guys just need to make some draws. Make some draws. Stop beating up on each other. Okay, I'm keeping an eye on Fabi against Murzin. Fabi defending as black. His position actually very tenuous. So Murzin, he's looking for the kill. What's been up with Alireza? I don't know. I mean, I saw he was playing the Champions Chess Tour. I don't know how he's doing so far in this tournament, but it's still early, guys. It's only 2 rounds. So nothing gets decided, this first day. There's going to be 3 rounds of rapid. 3 days of rapid, 3 rounds. There's going to be 3 rounds of rapid. And then all the players on 3 points are co-world champions. Now, there's going to be 3 full days of rapid. I'm going to try to cover all of it. So we have 3 more rounds today, total of 5 rounds today, and then another 9 rounds tomorrow and the next day. And then I'll probably cover the first day of Blitz as well. Okay. Fabi's position opening up. Not looking great for Fabi, honestly. I mean, Murzin's position looks really nice, but they don't have a lot of time. So we'll jump there in a sec. Okay, knight d6, knight e4. Grishchuk offering a trade of knights. And yeah, actually, I feel like, knight b7. Oh, never mind. Okay. I thought Andy's going to trade on e4. I was going to say, I don't really like it. He takes on b7, takes a pawn. Because he's going to be able to drop back with the knight anyway to d6, so he's not really risking the knight being lost. Here, he also has knight a5 and knight c4 like this. Okay, knight d6, trades on d6. Take. Maybe white takes on c6, but no, I don't think he does. I think, takes on a4. Much better. Much better. Takes this pawn. Now this pawn's still weak. Okay, I think Andy very likely going to draw this. Let's jump back to Fabi. Uh-oh. Okay, Fabi's position, I'm not liking. I'm not liking what I'm seeing. White's got f6 coming. Okay, you got bishop e5 in. That's good. That's good. But geez Louise. What a game. I mean, looks like White should have a breakthrough. He only has a minute on his clock though, so it's not that easy to just play this position perfectly. But can he go rook e4, rook h4, just take the pawn to start? Put the rook on h4. Eventually the bishop aims to get to d5. Okay, he goes bishop takes e4. Also playable. Oh, sorry, rook e4, there would have been knight g3 check. Okay, it's exactly, that was exactly Fabi's trick. So bishop takes e4. Knight g3 covered. He goes rook a7. Just going all in on the first round. Oh boy, this is very dangerous. I mean, it looks like White should be winning here. White should be completely winning here, but he's only got 45 seconds, and the pressure's setting in. Pressure's setting in. Now he could go f6, queen h3, rook h3, and I think White has a very nice game there. Very nice endgame. b4 is hanging. But he goes queen g4, knight c3. Queen g4 hitting the knight, knight c3 back. Now maybe g6 for White. Try to open it up. Ooh, this is huge for Fabi. He must know he's in a huge trouble, but at least he's got the rook that can swing over. So this could actually turn with one wrong move easily. Okay, obviously f6 is a move that could turn, but right now White's position looking really nice, and Murzin just playing a fantastic game. Okay, king h8. Fabi not afraid. Why not g6 though? Why not just g6? I don't know. Probably playable. Okay, g6 played. Murzin strong. Murzin chilling. Murzin chilling. Fabi not chilling. Murzin chilling. 3 seconds, Fabi. Move. Okay, rook a1. I'm watching them on the camera. He just barely got it off in time. But they do have a 10-second increment, so that is enough time to like kind of find the move, but White's position just looks so overwhelming here. I mean, the king just looks so weak. Rook a1, though, he's trying to create some counterplay, so takes. And then next he's going to look for, okay, brings the rook back to a7. Yeah, has to defend h7 here. And then he's going to look for like some way to get the queen in and look for the checks, right? That's the point of trading off White's defender. But rook h7, Merzen simplifying. And this looks completely lost for black because, like, yeah, the h-pawn's going to be strong, f6 coming. So you can't take this one, f6 check, and you lose the queen. But if you don't take, then queen g6 and knight e7, knight e7, queen g8, knight e7, queen g8. So it was a big problem. I think black has to maybe take on d5. Okay, takes the bishop. Queen takes e4, queen a8. Ooh, hard to defend. Hard to imagine this working for black. I mean, he's looking for some checks, but okay, white can start by sidestepping. Queen, knight, and f-pawn's way too strong. No, it's got to be completely winning for white. It's still not, okay, it's not over, but oof. Likely winning. Okay, queen c2. Safety first approach. King takes h7. So, okay, Fabi still has chances here. I mean, if the queen gets in, honestly, one mistake and it can completely turn around. And the queen gets in, you get perpetual check. But if white keeps this cool, keeps everything defended, it feels like, yeah, long term should be bad for black. With no queens on the board, definitely you'd just be losing. So black's only chance is to get enough counterplay with the queen. So there's queen a1. Honestly, I think he's closer to holding it here actually than he was before. I think it's actually much closer to a draw now. Oh, knight e3. Okay, that's a nice move. That's a nice move. Covering a lot of the checks. Still, there's queen h1. But he's got everything defended now. Okay, knight e3 is a super move. Super move, basically just defending everything. And that means that white's king can kind of wander around freely. Don't go queen e4 though. Queen h1, knight g2. Okay, queen d1. That's better, trying to challenge black's queen. Yeah, again, if white trades the queens off here, it's basically over because white has the extra pawn and like good knight against bad bishop, so it would be really difficult to defend. Yeah, Merzen looking very determined. He wants to win. Okay, king f8. King e4, king f8. Is one in time to bring the queen in. You have to be very careful. Queen d3, yeah, he keeps everything protected. Cemento. Queen c1. Watch out for queen h1. Watch out for queen h1, but maybe just king d5, king e6, just walk in on the light squares. Yeah. Yeah, Merzen strong. Fabi wanted this one badly. He really wanted that one badly. Okay, king d5. Now you can give some checks, but king e6, king d7. And soon white's queen, knight, they all start coming in. So white's pieces here are very strong. And look, he's completed the prophecy, right? He has all of his pawns on opposite colors to the bishop. So, okay, queen a1, c5. Oh, that's a big move. That's a big move. That's a big move because he's disrupting the position. But does it work? What if black takes? He wants king e6. Oh, it's very scary. But he gave up his pawn. Queen d4 now? Queen d4. I think it's not so easy. At least it doesn't look obvious to me. I mean, has he already calculated the knight coming in? Yeah, queen d4. Watch out for queen d6. Okay, they trade queens. Oh, he takes with a pawn. Wow. Takes with a pawn. Knight d5. Can't go d3. Takes and knight e3. Ooh, it's very close to a draw, I think. Was queen a8 check a perpetual? I didn't see it. Let's go back quickly. So here. Oh, queen a8. Maybe, but they're still c6, so I don't know. I'm not sure about this. c6. Looks to stop it. Okay, bishop g3. So now white has a very clear plan. Push, push, and check. He takes this one. Ooh, he takes this one. Ooh, that's not good. I think it's losing now. I think it's just completely lost it. I feel like it wasn't. I feel like he had something, but I don't know. Maybe not. Now it's definitely lost. Now, I mean, knight on d3. Black's pawn is blockaded. Both pawns running. Bishop and king can't stay and defend both of them, and it's just game over. Looks like Fabi knows it as well. King h6. I think you can push. And just push the pawn to f7. Force black's pieces to stay on this one. And then the knight can jump in very quickly. Knight e5, knight d7. So f7, king goes to f8, knight e5. And yeah, Fabi resigns. Dang, unfortunate, but okay, many rounds to go still. So losing with black, not the end of the world. And he'll have to try and bounce back. Other games, let's see, hold on. Looks like Andy Woodward did draw. Oh, Elshan, our boy Elshan Moradiabadi playing Pragnananda, trying to hold on. All right, go Elshan. Go. Looks like Naroditsky won his second game. Neiman also won his second game. Shanklin won. Sevian won. Oh, so many players. Naka won. Oh, I wonder Liang lost to Nepo. Oh my God, so many good games. So many games we missed. And Tani won his second game. Okay, let's see Tani. Wow. Queen g6, and he forced resignation. Go Tani. Looks like he was down a piece, but the opponent allowed the queen to come in. Okay, who else we got? Nico Chasen. Friendly IM. Down 2 pawns against Shant Sargsyan from Armenia. Very strong Grandmaster Shant. I think black... Okay, black should be winning this. Yeah, it's just 2 pawns up. Lenderman. Oh, Lenderman up a pawn here. Okay, let's watch Lenderman. He's actually been on the channel. So he's definitely a friend of the dojo. He's done commentary for us here, as well as he's done US Chess School lessons. So here he's up a pawn against Alder Ferrero, the guy that took down Akobian in the first round. And he should be winning this, but this I think will be very instructive king and pawn endgame. Hans also looks like 2-0. He beat FIDE Master from Greece. They're going to be playing a total of 5 games today in the Open. 4 games in the Women's. Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, 5 rapid games. Yeah, but I prefer 5 rapid games to 2 classical games. Easily. 5 rapid, way better than 2 classical. Okay, king goes back to e7. Yeah, at some point you got to start pushing your pawns here as black. Got to make advances. Lenderman, he's a classic Russian school of chess. Speaking of Dina, so he's just like taking his time, not allowing counterplay, just very, very slowly advancing. He's gonna go king d6. I think he doesn't want to commit to anything. But okay, at some point you gotta advance. Brandon Jacobson, by the way, drew with Rasmus Svani. Shanklin defeated I am Andre Makove. Nice. Okay, king f4, f6. Good move. Good move. Covering. Oh, Geary won. Oh, Geary's playing, guys. I forgot Geary's playing. So Geary's on 2-0 then, I assume. Geary, very good. Ivanchuk beat Dlugi, so Ivanchuk up to 2-0. Robson drew with Vasif Durabili. Okay, this is very funny because they're former Webster teammates, and they're both St. Louis people. They trained together, so they ended up playing in World Rapid Championship. Hilarious. Okay, king e6. Now if black takes, he can take back, or he can give f5 check and then take like this. Although that position, not sure it's so easy. I would just take with the pawn. So if takes back, I wouldn't go fancy. I would just take with the pawn. So king f5 here. Threatening to take and to come in with king g4. King f5 takes, pawn takes. I think it's GG. King f5 takes, pawn takes. And then black's king can always come in and pick up the king side. So king f5 here, I think very, very simple. Nothing to think about. Except maybe king f3. But then e4, king e3, king g4. Take, f5. Take, king g4. Black wins. So yeah, king f5 winning. King f3, e4, king e3, king g4, take, f5, take. Yeah. King h4. Yeah. Okay, go, Lennerman, go. Don't panic. King f5. Believe in yourself. King d5 probably also good. I don't think king d5 is wrong either. Okay, he's definitely not flag. Oh, he won. The dude just resigned. Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Okay. Bravo, Alex. Elshon still trying to hold this against Prague. It's a tough one. It's a tough one to hold because you're down a pawn, but I think it should be I think it's draw-ish. It's draw-ish, but it might be difficult to draw it. Let me see. Only active games. Oh, and we have a Parin versus Johann Sebastian. Wow, look at this position. Look at this position, guys. Queen 9 and 3 pawns. It's queen. Okay, definitely winning for white. The 3 pawns are too strong. So, should be winning. Go, Grisha. Go. Okay, king g4. Yeah, he should win this. Okay, let me check on the women. So let's see here. Any games? Looks like all the women's games are done. So they finished their second games of 4. And so Alice looks like she beat Jennifer. Let's just quickly run through this game. Or actually, this will be a long one. Okay, maybe we'll come back to this one when we have because we might have time during the break. But let's stick with this one because this is still live for now. And I mean, it's a fascinating endgame. I kind of want to see how Aparin converts here because it should be completely winning for white, but you just don't see this every day, out on the wild, folks. And so you kind of want to see what's going on. Average Joe in the YouTube chat asking, does Caruana have a problem with faster time controls? No, I think if anything, he actually has tremendously improved. I mean, his He was number 2 in the tournament by rapid rating, behind Magnus. So that's ahead of Nakamura, Nepomniachtchi, Arjun, MVL, Alireza. He's number 2 rapid player in the world. So yeah, I would say he's one of the elite players. Because I mean, the rapid rating, they don't just give you a rapid rating based on your classical. Like, you have to prove it in rapid chess. Blitz rating, I'm not sure where Caruana is at, but yeah, rapid chess, he's definitely one of the best. Danya also 2-0, Ivanchuk 2-0. Nice. No, I mean, okay, he ran into Mirza. Look, guys, Magnus drew his first game. So does Magnus have a problem with faster time? He drew his first game. No, it's rapid chess. It happens. I mean, nothing is decided in the first day. If you have 3.5, 4 points going into day 2, I think most players will take it. This is I mean, rapid chess is very volatile, very volatile. Okay, e6, queen f3. Any end game is going to be a simple win for white because the pawns are too advanced. Queen plus knight versus queen would be a draw, but I don't think black is ever giving up the rook for 3 pawns. So that would basically be a dream for black. So king h5. Yeah, white's king here is just way too safe. The pawns are advancing and sheltering the king at the same time, and the knight is just a fantastic piece to help with everything. So it's just completely lost. I think no one is holding this against Oparin. Okay, f6. Looking strong. Now king g6, I think. you just want to like drive those pawns into the end zone. So king g6, keep everything defended, unpin, g4, queen f5, f7. Probably you could just play f7 though. But I think f7, black wants rook b8, but then you're just queen. So f7 looks good enough. Rook b5 maybe, but rook b5, okay, just like you can give checks. You can play queen f4. Queen f4 looks pretty simple. And again, every endgame is just completely winning for white. Yeah, queen f4, okay, even I found that one. You see, folks, we can find some moves here. We can find some moves. Queen e2 check. Doesn't look too dangerous here. I think king can just slowly advance. g4 also. Looks like money, covering h2 square. Yeah, this could be resigns, actually. Well, no, maybe queen takes e6. f8 equals queen. And then resigns. Oh, I called it. Okay, takes on g5. All right, I thought he was gonna resign. Takes on g5, but I don't see. I mean, there's no. Okay, maybe he's looking for some stalemate. I don't see the stalemate. I think black's king has too many squares, and there's no perpetual either. So yeah. This is GG. This is resigns. This is definitely resigns. Oh, oops, my bad. Okay. GG. That, I think, does it for the open games, at least in terms of the US players. I did want to see quickly this. I wanted to see this Nepo a Wonder game. So Wonder, he drew Magnus, but then he drew him with white, right? So then you got to play Nepo with black, and that's tough. That's not easy. Okay, so he played classic Pierce defense, bishop h6. Normally this is considered nice for white, you know, you're e5 attacking. h4. Yeah, Nepo knows how to attack here. Wow, he tried to sacrifice the pawn. Take. Take, a3. Okay, go for an endgame. Oh, wow, pawn sacrifice, d5. Just positional pawn sacrifice, huh? Wow. Okay, surprising. And then Nepo slowly ground him down, looks like. Yeah, I wonder what's some easy pairings. Funny. Knight f5 takes, check, takes. Okay, here things started collapsing. f4 takes, nice. Can't take because rook h7 mate. h4, g4, keeping the mate alive. Now rook comes back to the h file. Knight e6 takes. Yeah. And then black resigned because white's picking up the pawn next. Wow, very nice game by Nepo. Very technical. Shows his class. Shows his class. Would a chess club game count as a 30-minute sparring session? It depends if you're sparring. If it's just a casual game, then I would say no. Sparring usually means like you're playing out a specific like in-game position or middle game position or specific opening position like multiple times. So if you're just playing like normal club game, I mean, that's cool by all means. But yeah, I wouldn't say it exactly counts for sparring. Okay, let's see some more games here. Naroditsky won his second game. Just see how that happened here. Okay, crazy position as usual. Looks like he was up the exchange though. Nice calculation. Queen takes a4. Knight e5, rook c2. Takes here. Rook takes. f3 check. Rook a2, threatening rook a1. Traded queens. And black's rooks here were very active. And then knight e4. Nice finish. King has to move. And then black is taking on g5. And he's up 2 exchanges. Okay. Nice job, Lenderman. Lenderman, I think, won, but nice job, Naroditsky. Okay, I wanted to check out the women's games as well. So this was Alice Lee against Jennifer Yu. Catalan. Unfortunate pairing for them because like they're both Americans. And I want to see them taking down, you know, the other top players. So Alice got her nice Catalan here. G4. Ooh. H4. E4. Now that's beautiful. That's a beautiful structure. Connect 5. F5 takes, G5. Knight e5 takes queen c4. G6. Oh, knight c6. Nice, nice, beautiful. Okay, knight a3. Queen just steps back. Bishop a4 steps back again. Rook d2. Look at black just throwing all of her pieces. But now I feel like, yeah, we take, check. Oh, and take. And now white's up the exchange and gave it back to promote the g-pawn. Wow, nice game. Nice game by Alice. Let's see how Carissa won. So Carissa playing her classic e4, e5, d4, queen takes d4. Great, great. Yeah, good line. Good line. Great. Here, d5 takes, knight b4. Okay, so sharp stuff here. Sharp stuff from black. She ended up winning this pawn back. They get this kind of equalish endgame. Black even snags a pawn on a2. but kind of falls under some trouble here, right? Like knight b4, knight f3, bishop f5, check, check. All of white's pieces coming in. So white gets the pawn back. Oh, but knight g5, she wants it with interest. And now white had, yeah, I think a bit of an advantage here. Pushing the king side, rook g1, c3, rook g8. And black resigned actually because king b7, knight c5, she's losing the full rook. And if bishop d8, I think just f7 is easiest. Or you could take and go f7 as well. And the pawn is going to cost black a lot of material. Okay, nice job, Carissa. Let's see, do we have round 3? Okay, round 3, they got the pairings up. So we have Levon, board 3 against Zavin Andreasyan, fellow Armenian player. Actually, this is a very interesting game because these guys probably know each other for many years. Lenderman against Norbek Abdusatorov. Ooh, spicy, spicy. Dominguez Hans Niemann, American on American. Daniel Naroditsky against Tani Adewumi. Ooh, I kind of want to watch this game, guys. This is a very interesting matchup. Danya versus Tani. Streamer versus streamer. We have Shanklin playing Yu Yangyi. Arjun Erigaisi against Sam Sevian. Hikaru playing Donchenko. Onischuk is playing. Paran playing Durabaili. Caruana playing David Brodsky, so another U.S. versus U.S. matchup. Eric Rosen playing Jonas Bjulbjør, Grandmaster from Denmark. Andrew Tang also playing Penguin Jam, but looks like he's not doing too well so far. Okay, let's see what's going on in the Discord. Not much happening. Okay, next round. Let me actually try to figure out what time the rounds are supposed to start. Oh, wait, was this? Hold on. Oh, we messed up our standings. Okay, let's fix our standings. There we go. So there's the top players on 2 points. There's a lot of players on 2, but I guess these just have the best tiebreaks or whatever. So Bogdan Daniel Diak, MVL, Noterbeck, Linear Dominguez, Yu Yangyi, Arjun, and then many, many others. Okay, let me try to figure out the schedule here. Let's see, where can we go for this schedule? Okay, I'm watching the YouTube. They're interviewing right now Valentina Gunina, who I think is the reigning, I think she's the reigning Blitz champion, or is she the reigning I think she's the reigning Rapid champion for the women. Very strong GM from Russia. Actually, I played her a couple years ago in Gibraltar. Okay, FIDE World Rapid Blitz schedule. Gunina won the Blitz. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, I wasn't sure because they put her on the thumbnail, but it's like for the Rapid. So I thought, because they put her and Magnus on the thumbnail. So I thought, oh, maybe she's last year's Rapid winner. But I do remember her winning the Blitz. So I don't know why they put her on the Rapid thumbnail. Okay. So round 3 is supposed to start, looks like 20 minutes ago. So I'm guessing they're going to start round 3 ASAP. So we'll stick. Yeah, that queen versus rook endgame. They just didn't account for it, huh? They just didn't. But it's a lot of. You need time between the rounds because you got to do the pairings and you got to set up all the DGT boards. I mean, 90 boards you got to set up. That's not so easy. But okay, so far it wasn't too slow. Okay, official broadcast on break. Oh, Wesley So playing? I haven't seen Wesley yet. How's Wesley doing? Is Wesley playing? I don't. Oh yes. Okay. Well, he's going up against Johann Sebastian on board 64. So I think he's got half out of 2. Yeah, Wanderer, Jeffrey, Zhang. I think they all got half out of 2 so far. Okay, let's see. Next round, I'm just watching the official feed here. It looks like players are kind of standing around. Most aren't really at their boards yet. Just kind of standing around and talking. I see Merzen, he's chilling with someone, maybe his trainer. What else is happening? It's a very nice venue, by the way. I mean, it looks gorgeous with the individual tables and flags and yeah, decorations. Looks very nice in there. Wall Street FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships 2024. Sponsored by Freedom Holding Corporation, which is very ominous sounding. But I believe it's this big company out of Kazakhstan that's putting a lot of money into chess. So, interesting new sponsor. Boards 31 plus transmission. What's that? What does that mean? Oh, Lichess not showing all the games. You gotta go to a separate page. Oof, rough. I got all the games in one list here on chess.com. Just saying, I got all the games here. I can search. It's very easy to find the game. Just saying, guys. Just saying. Don't get mad. Just saying. Very easy to find all the games right away. There is a piece in New in Chess about the company that does a lot of the chess coverage, and apparently you can buy a small amount of camera angles. Yeah, I don't know how that works. Because I mean, I definitely haven't heard anything about that. But I feel like you would still need someone on scene to operate the camera, right? And then, yeah, we definitely don't have the budget to send someone to a tournament just for camera, unfortunately. Maybe one day, guys. Maybe one day. Check out the Patreon and the training program, ChessDojo.club. Yeah, Wesley is playing in the tournament. And yeah, I think normally he doesn't play this event, but because I think it's a big travel. Yeah, and then you have to travel on Christmas. But because it's in New York, I think that's why he ended up playing, because it's so close. And he's definitely dark horse candidate. Wesley So, he's always been very strong. Okay, they're showing the women's pairings. Oh, Tatev is playing Katerina Logno. Alice Lee playing Begum on board 3. Oh, man. Oh, and Irene Sukandar playing Ju and Jun. Oh. Maybe we can follow Irene's game. Why am I not playing? I applied. FIDE rejected my wildcard application. They said I wasn't enough of a wild card. Okay. Looks like games are underway. Except Danya against Tani hasn't started yet. In the meantime, we have Lenderman against Noterbeck. Yeah, go Lenderman. Okay, but I'll keep an eye out on this Danya Tani game. And Magnus, I think, playing another local guy or US guy, Gleb Duden, looks like. Magnus's clock is ticking, but he's spending 30 seconds adjusting his pieces. Okay, good job, Magnus. €50 per camera angle per game. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what that is, or I mean, is that like a European thing, or I can't imagine that's a worldwide service. Okay, this game has started. Knight f3, d5. Danya, are we gonna see e3, g3, b3, c4? Both these players already down on time a bit. Okay, e3 poison. Let's go, Danya. That's the stuff. All right, this is a good setup. c4, b3, bishop b2, etc., etc. Okay, knight f6. c4 here, pretty typical. Followed by b3. With Hikaru Donchenko, Arjun Sevian. Oof, lots of good matchups. Dominguez Neiman. Why is it called E3 Poison? Basically because like it looks like a timid setup, but it does have a lot of venom in it. There's a lot of venom. So, but it's just the name. Okay, but black goes for g6, bishop g7, and white plays d4. So they basically have actually just transposed into what is known as the Schlechter Slav. Which is pretty solid, but in general, white is considered to be a bit better here. 97. I don't think that's a good move. I think take and queen b3. I'm not sure knight d7 is right here. Yeah, Axel Smith wrote the book where he calls it E3 Poison. I think he's the one that came up with the name. The reason they put Magnus on board 1, folks, they've actually have done this for many years, is because of like contract rights. So I don't know if this is the case for this year, but in previous years, they would pay a lot of money to have Magnus on board 1, so that it's easy to just cover his board every round. So this was like the Norwegian, I believe it was the NRK, like the Norwegian TV station that would follow Magnus around with the camera, and yeah, basically wanted to ensure that they can get good view of him. So Yeah, this has been the case for many years where they have Magnus play on board one regardless of his score, which I don't really like, to be honest. It's like because I don't know. I think if I was the number one player, actually I would prefer to just not be on the number one. I don't know. I think it's fun. Like you lose, you have to go down, right? You gotta work your way back up to the top boards. To me, that makes more sense. Um, but yeah, I'm not sure I would really even call it a privilege because I don't know if it's an advantage to be playing on board one every game. I think I mean, it's a lot of pressure, if anything. Um, that said, it is kind of nice to get your own. I mean, I've had a dedicated board being like a streamer. It is kind of nice to have a dedicated board because you always know where you're playing. You know, you never have to figure out where you're sitting. But yeah, I wouldn't really call it a privilege. I would say it's more of a burden. Oh, Dubov and Haik Martirosyan already on 2.5 points. Okay, I'm guessing they drew their game. B3, by the way, now 94 from Tani. Okay, interesting move. He's allowing white to take on e4 and weaken his pawns, but then knight d2. And f5, for example. So it's sharp. Takes, knight d2, black goes f5, followed by c5, and poses a lot of damage. Bishop b2. Normal move. Yeah, Gukesh basically the only top player not in the field, pretty much. Which is a bit of a shame, you know, but it's understandable. I mean, he wants to just like relax and enjoy his life as a world champion. You can get it. Okay, e6. So this one actually I think pretty solid. Maybe white is still a bit better because black has a bad bishop on c8, but black does have a clear plan: b6, bishop b7, c5. So Danya will have to outsmart the kid somehow. Let's see what else we got. Dominguez Niemann. Okay, classic Rui. D3, B5, D6. Knight G5, Knight F3 back. Dominguez repeats once, not twice. C5, D4, takes. Takes on D4, Knight D4, Rook C8, B3. Okay, live position. Dominguez, 16 minutes on the clock. So more time than he started with. So he's very much in book. I see Arjun playing against Sevian on the camera. That position looks wild. Sevian just threatened mate in 1 and then left the board. Okay, hopefully Arjun misses it. So go Sevian. Ding also not there. Yeah, Ding also not there. Okay, so 94 play. This invites a lot of trades on e4. But then black will be very active with queen d5 at the end and likely winning back the material. So it seems like black is okay here. But pawn on e5 hanging. So maybe something like bishop f4. But it's a bit risky. Black can go like g5. Then try to take the pawn. But g5 is very weakening. So, I don't know. Maybe f4 is another move. No, but f4 hangs a knight. Sorry. No f4. Maybe bishop f4. Oh, played. Wow. I love it when they play it on the arrow. Really makes me feel like a genius. Why does Arjun play so sharp and weird? Look, why does a river flow in one direction? You know, or why do trees grow the way they do? Just some things are the way they are. And this is Arjun's style. Loves chaotic positions. Exactly. Now, yeah, there's a big question here for Arjun because he is behind in the FIDE circuit, so he needs to have a good performance if he wants to overtake Caruana. I'm not sure how much though. Like what score he needs to get, but I feel like he has to place quite well. Maybe chat knows. What Arjun needs to overtake the FIDE circuit. Do I agree he plays chaotic games? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, absolutely. His games are always very messy. By design. Okay, they're showing Hans on the camera. And he's not looking too bothered, daunted, or phased. So that's good. Yeah, no bother, dauntedness, or phasing in his expression. Dominguez, though, also cool as a cucumber. Dominguez chilling. Yeah, g5 is, I feel like, a move that Black would be thinking about because you can take a pawn, but oof, so weakening. But I don't know. Is there any player in the past who plays like Arjun? I mean, yeah, I feel like Mikhail Tal was always the guy who's known for sharp play. Oh, Zemlyansky beats So. Dang. Okay, it's big upset. Big upset. I think FIDE circuit actually is quite a good idea. Like it incentivizes players to play a lot of chess. But yeah, I don't know if it was implemented in the best possible way in terms of the numbers. So I don't know if like the details were hashed out correctly, but I do think in spirit it's a good system to encourage people to play more and be active. Yeah, Najmadinov, definitely big attacking player. Absolutely. Blind Bandit, I wanted to, but they didn't let me in. I mean, the minimum cutoff for the tournament is like 25.50. You got to be 25.50. And then they give out some wild cards, but not for everyone, sadly. Yeah, it seems like a lot of the top players were unhappy with the system. But yeah, Good idea, maybe bad execution. Yeah, guys, I know. I mean, but that's how chess politics works. The sponsor, of the tournament gets to invite players, like whoever they want. FIDE gets to invite players, whoever they want. So that's just how it goes, sadly. Okay, Hans thinking here. I mean, it's like he's thinking like it's a classical game. Hans, we're playing. This is a World Rapid Championship. Hans, wake up. Wake up. Wake up and play G5. No, I don't think he's going G5. I think maybe G6, Bishop G7 feels reasonable. Let's see what else is happening. Arjun against Sam. Sam Sevian, he's down to 4 minutes against Arjun. Oh, wait, no. This is DGT error. Okay, because I can see on the camera that they've made many moves here. Okay, so this board is behind. You know what? I'm guessing this board is also behind. I bet Hans already made a move and the DGT just didn't pick it up. Okay, I think it's just a DGT thing. So let's jump around. Naka. Naka, interesting position against Donchenko, where he's just playing on the dark squares. He wants like bishop d6 and knight to hop in, things like this. Feels like black's position is okay, but yeah. Oh, Guitar saying this game might also be stuck. Yeah, so Naka is like down to 6 minutes. Is he really thinking for 6 minutes in this position? I don't think so. Okay, so yeah, this game is probably stuck because Naka moves quick. Let's keep looking. I'm seeing a lot of games where one side has 14 minutes and another side has 4 or 5 minutes, which makes me concerned that all these games are having DGT issues. Okay, Shanklin Yu Yang. This game looks like maybe it's still in good position. Maybe it's still working. We'll see. Hopefully we get some moves. The FIDE broadcast, they seem to have no issue with the moves, but they're using Lichess. They're using Lichess. So I don't know. Maybe it's a chess.com thing. Lichess seems to have the moves. I'm just saying. Okay, F4. Looks like Shanklin played the Catalan in this one. He just made this move F4, which okay, I think he kind of had to because on F3 the bishop was blocked in. With F4, I think he wants E4. And pushing the center. Lichess is screwed up too. Uh-oh. Well, if Lichess doesn't have the moves, then you know it's bad. Then you know it's bad. Is there anything that competes with DGT? Not yet. Not yet. Hopefully one day. Hopefully one day. Because they kind of always have issues at the World Rapid and Blitz. Always a problem. Yeah, a lot of games are stuck, it looks like. This game, for example, like is Yu Yang still thinking here? Or like what's going on? I haven't seen a move in like several minutes. Refresh? You sure? Okay, because sometimes refreshing makes things worse. No refresh. Okay, nothing changed so far. Yeah, Han's down to under 3 minutes. That's definitely not correct. Sevian flagging against Arjun's 14 minutes. Also not correct. Yeah, DGT not working. DGT not working. Let's see, Levon. It says it's Levon's turn. Yeah, Levon's not right. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Let me check Twitter. Normally, when stuff happens, it's on Twitter. And then people are like, yeah, all the DGTs are broken. All right, let's check Twitter. Are the DGTs broken? Broken DGT. I don't see it. I don't see it. Okay, let me check the one. Maybe we have games in the women's. Okay, here we go. Oh, Alice against Begum. Oh man. Why they gotta put all the women against each other? Oh, Katarina against Tatev. Hopefully this is working. Let's see. Let's see if we get a move. Oh, FIDE broadcast also struggling. I mean, unless Hans, went down to 40 seconds after Bishop F4. No, definitely that's not. Yeah, Hans has 6 minutes on his clock. Yeah, so their thing is behind. Okay, Rook C8. Okay, Tatev feels like a little bit worse here. His white has good knight, good bishop. Let's see what we got here. How did this happen? French. 2 knights French. D4. Trades on C6. F5. Takes. Bishop D3. Hey, maybe that'll be the name of my app. Takes. Bishop D7, knight E5, Rook C8. Okay. And white to move. Oh, we got moves in the open. Great. Fantastique. Oh, Ding brought the French back to the masses. I mean, that's probably true, but Tatev has been playing the French for many years. Okay, Hans going into the endgame. I see his position looks like very drawish endgame. So he's likely making a draw with Dominguez. Let me check on this Begum game with Alice. What's happening here? Equal material. Black's piece is active, but white has a strong center, so this could go either way. It's pretty double-edged. Interesting that Alice is the one with black's position. I think normally Alice would be more comfortable with the nice center, and Begum would be more comfortable with the active pieces. But here we have the reverse. We have Begum with white in the solidity, and Alice as black. Okay, we'll see what happens there. All right, I heard we got the moves back in the open. Oh, a lot of moves here. Okay, a lot of moves been made here. Looks like games are back. Okay, Arjun Sevian. Arjun down a pawn. but some compensation, some vague Arjun-like compensation, as usual. Okay, how about Danya? Danya against Tani. Both these guys on 2 out of 2. 93 takes f5. Oh, Danya going for the attack. He's thinking about throwing in rook be1 before ef. Looks reasonable. Or you could take right away. Why not take right away? I don't really understand. I guess only because you maybe want rook e1 first. Queen moves and then ef. Okay, Danya thinking. Oh, maybe he's also thinking about rook f3, guys. Maybe rook f3, actually. Hold on. Rook f3, rook g3, and then the queen comes to this diagonal. Oh, I think he wants rook f3, guys. No, he just takes. All right, f6. Fast, too. So black just does not allow white to play f6. Indeed, that would be very scary. So f6 from black. Now, can white break through here? Some queen c3, rook e1. Maybe rook f3, rook g3, followed by queen c3. I still like rook f3 here, I think. And then rook g3, queen c3 to follow. Okay, what's happening? Danya thinking. Rook f3, queen c3, bishop c4 check, queen c4 check maybe. Try to bring in the queen. One thing I know, don't go rook e1, because then black will take. So that one even I can see. A bishop c4 check, king g7, and then rook f3. It's very scary for the black king. You got all these rook f3, rook g3s, bishop c4. Yeah, I don't think rook f3 is big candidate move here for white. But Danya really tanking. Let's see what he comes up with. Okay, rook d1, reasonable. Reasonable, guarding the bishop and not allowing bishop d7 because of bishop c4 check. Exactly. So king goes to h8. It also frees up white's queen to go to like b2. Okay, bishop c4 anyway. I like that. Again, stopping bishop d7, not allowing black to develop. So it feels like white is keeping really nice initiative here. Yeah, doesn't look good for black. Definitely does not look good. Let's see, Arjun. Arjun Sevian. Arjun's still down a pawn, but he's got ideas against the king. That said, I think black should be fine. Black looks very, very active here for me. Sevian's game, so I think he should be okay here. F4. Wow. Arjun. No fear. Going for the... This is a huge game, actually. I think we should stick with this game. I mean, yeah, go Sam. But it's very scary. It's very scary. Arjun's inviting him to take here because I think he wants F5, F6. Very sharp. Looks like Linear will probably beat Hans. Ooh, I don't know. I thought Hans was doing okay. He does have extra pawn. I think this endgame is still unclear, I would say. He's definitely a pawn up, but whether he'll be able to convert is a different story. But yeah, good chances for Dominguez. Also, he's way up on the clock. I would say maybe 50-50. He wins or he doesn't. So 75% white, basically. Okay. Tough for Hans. He'll have to defend. I want to stick with Arjun Sevian. So queen a4, queen c6, queen c5. My Christmas was good. Thank you for asking. We don't really celebrate it, but you know, we're off from work, so might as well. Might as well celebrate. But no, Christmas doesn't mean a whole lot to me. But I like Christmas. I like the colors and the festivities, the nature of giving. Oh, Ju and June game, critical moment. Yeah, I know she's playing Irene. I'm watching them on the live broadcast. So I'm keeping an eye on that game. Yeah, we celebrate New Year's. Mm-hmm. Okay, queen c5. Arjun thinking, because I guess he doesn't really want this endgame. He wants to keep queens on the board and harass black's king with f5, f6. But where to go? Because black can soon take on c. Yeah, queen b7 doesn't feel right. Queen a4. Black is playing queen a5. Maybe takes, but yeah, it doesn't seem like white has huge winning chances there. So what's Arjun gonna do? Can he find a way to pose problems here? Yeah, queen b7. Right, if takes, there's still rook c1, actually. So, great point. Maybe queen b7, black just goes e5. Cemento. Or bishop takes a2. So I think that's what he's thinking about. He's got 40 seconds now to figure it out, so really not easy. 20 seconds, Arjun. Ooh, what's he doing? Is it another DGTer or is he tanking? Okay, I see Shanklin going down to 0 seconds against Yu Yangyi. That's probably not correct. Yeah, DGT error here. Okay, let's jump to the women. Because I think the women's games are actually working. Yeah, I've been watching this game, Sukandar against Ju Wenjun. This was a nice one. Takes, bishop g7. Beauty. Then if takes, there's queen e8 check. So takes. And now white's got queen for rook and bishop. We'll try to convert this. Okay, Begum against Alice. What's happening here? Begum with the extra pawn, but Alice with the active pieces. Looks good for white. Because white's is just looking very active and black's back rank looks incredibly weak. Bishop on b3 is a powerhouse. And we got all kinds of like rook d8s in the position. Looking good for white. I like this knight h2 move. Just challenging black on the f file. Because if black trades everything off, at the end you get a situation like this where white has multiple threats. Very hard to deal with. We don't want to... Oh, yeah, this is check, so we have to take back anyway. So queen g5 played. Queen c5. Okay, eyeing this rook on f8. And pawn on b5. If white can snag this one, that's just 2 pawns. So black has to come up with something fast on the king side. $20 seconds for Alice. I don't see a move. I mean, it's a very bad position for black. Very dangerous. Okay, queen f6. Not really threatening anything. So queen takes b5. Definitely possible. Probably good. Just queen b5. I mean, you don't even have to defend the rook, but queen b5 also defends the rook. Okay, trades on f4. Now black has a chance to get the knight in or the pawn in. Okay, knight f4. Watch out for sacrifices like queen g5, bishop takes h3. Okay, queen d6. Smart, keeping an eye on the rook, offering the endgame. Hard for black to avoid it. But maybe takes knight e2, some counterplay. Knight e2, knight g3. Takes knight e2, rook d3. But then at least then I guess the d4. You know, who knows? Maybe this is Alice is kind of... Ooh, knight e2. So on takes, she has knight g3. And then knight e2 back. Then king f2. I think white can still allow this. So takes, pawn takes. And now knight is... Okay, now knight is headed to d4. But still, extra pawn for white. So can she convert it? Knight f1. Knight d4 now, maybe? No, bishop b7. Yeah, I think black is much closer now than before. Now there's counterplay. It's a great defense by Alice. Very nice. Okay, bishop d5, rook d8. Pinning. Knight e3, though. White keeps everything defended. Threatens bishop takes b7 because the rook on d1 is now guarded. Bishop c8, avoiding the trade. King h2. Okay, it's a technical position. Yeah, white should be slowly converting this, but of course they only have the 10-second increments to work with. Rook c1, rook c7. King g5. Now Alice getting some activity with the king. But white goes king g3, and then knight e2 check. King f2, knight back to d4. And again, the king wants to enter with king f4. I think Alice has enough here. I think Alice has enough to hold this. Okay, let's see what's happening in the open. Do we get our boards back, or everyone flagged? Everyone flagged in the open section. All right. So everyone flagged. Everyone ran out of time. Wow, what are the odds? What are the odds? Everyone ran out of time in the open section. Unbelievable. Okay. Back to the women. They all forgot how the knight moves? Or they all forgot how to hit the clock? Okay, yeah, I don't know. DGT issues. Okay, Ju and June trying to hold on. Yo boy. 93. Okay, extra pawn for white, but black's piece is very active here. So that's why I'm feeling like black has enough here to hold it. But only with best play, right? It doesn't explain what's going to happen because players are on seconds. So all three results, honestly, still possible. Okay, king g3. Bishop h7. Now white's king getting in, so some nice endgame technique here from Begum. Begum, if you guys don't know, transferred to the U.S. a few years ago from Uzbekistan and became one of the strongest players in the country for the women. She's often in contention for the U.S. Championship. She was playing on board one of our recent Olympiad team, which won the bronze. And yeah, Alice, of course, very strong junior. Trying to get herself mated. The h4 rook e5. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, watch out. Okay, knight f5 check. No! She picks up the rook. Watch out, white. Oh, no. Oh, that's just resigned. So Alice with the fork. That's going to do it. That's going to do it. Wow. Wow. Okay. Big result. Let's watch Irene. Irene close to taking down Ju and June, but does black have a fortress here? Everything nicely defended. Yeah, very difficult to win this for white, because black has a nice grip on the dark squares. Bishop can oscillate between f4 and d6, where it's protected. Rook doesn't need to move. King can sit on g7. So it feels like fortress territory, but maybe white can create some tricks with some c4, c5. Hard to imagine, but, well, easy to imagine, but not sure how easy it is to achieve. Bishop can still sit on f4. Okay, how is the open doing? Did we get our moves back, or things still very much broken? So Magnus Carlsen's opponent flagged in an equal position. Levon Aronian flagged in a slightly better endgame, maybe equal. Lenderman flagged in better position. Wow, real tragedy here. Oh, looks like Irene and Ju and June agreed to a draw. Yeah, I didn't see how white breaks through here, so nice result for Irene, making a draw with the top seed. Let's see, do we have any live games? Oh, Tadev still looking to defend against Logno. Oh, what's going on here? We have some chances. I mean, d-pawn is pretty strong. King here, you gotta watch out for d2 and stuff. But then rook a1. Ooh, I don't know. I think it might be lost for black. I think we're not quite active enough here with our pieces. So white's just played king d4. We're slowly going to run out of moves, and then eventually white's going to start picking off these pawns. f3 also something that can be played. And if d2, then just rook a1. And I don't see how black will save the pawn. Okay, king e7 back. Maybe king e3, f3. And yeah, just breaking the pawns open at some point and then eventually using the rook against the knight. So should be technical win for white. Dominguez in the meantime, actually, I don't think Dominguez is winning, guys. I think Dominguez, Hans looks drawish. So they're still playing. Yeah, Hans didn't flag that one. Oh, we got moves back. Okay, let's go. This one, unfortunately, I don't think is going Tadev's way, because f3, white opens up the rook, and I think the rook is going to be too strong. Wow, Lenderman won. Wow, let's just see what happened here. He beat Noterbeck. Go, Alex. Okay, check. He threw in d6 and queen g5. Good luck defending against this. Boom. Boom. Wow. Lenderman really brought the boom in this game. Knight g5, knight e6. No back rank checks because of bishop g1. Knight g5, check, takes, and wow, that's gonna get a 5 boom out of booms for me. 5 booms for Lenderman. Amazing. Okay, Dominguez, Hans. They still playing. Black very active though. So I think Hans should hold it. White at some point will go rook h8, take this one, but black will take here. And I think that's still a drawn endgame, but okay. Definitely some life left. Arjun Sevian still playing. Holy moly. Oh, Sevian completely winning. Oh, go Sevian. Take Arjun down. b5. Just keep everything under control. Okay, a3 also good. But this is game over. I mean, there's nothing white can do. Like, black literally has everything covered. King is extremely safe. Okay, queen b1. Just keep pushing. b5, b4, rook c2, queen c6. Tie white down to this one. a2, b3. No, I mean, game over. Complete game over. Magnus still playing. Magnus looks like is going to make a draw. Okay, queen b3. I don't know why black put the rook on a5. This looks foolish. I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes I don't get it. I feel like just b5, b4 should be good enough. All right, queen c3, also good. Also good, just playing for that domination. No, really not much what you can do here. Okay, go Sam. Rook e5. Now he wanted rook e1. Queen f2. Queen g3 perhaps. Yeah, no, a lot of winning ideas. Personally, I would have just kept something on c5 and just ran the b pawn up. I think this was like, you can even use the king. You know, I mean, it's just like you're just controlling everything. But it's hard when you're beating a top player. Like, you really just want to just be like super calm. Like king b7, rook e4, everything just like very protected. Now, okay, rook b4, rook b2, b5, b4. Can we get a b5? I don't understand why he can't just push the b pawn, but okay, I think he wants to be uber safe. But Arjun's going to try until the very end. Rook f1. Now b5 I don't like because, like, yeah, queen f5. So queen d3. Just keeping an eye on everything. Maybe rook e2, a2 next. Anish Giri, 3 out of 3. Wow. Good for him. Good for him. Okay, Sam going back. He doesn't care about h4 because he's just going to push here. But Arjun goes for it. Takes on h4. He's like, I got to try. I got to try. Rook c6. Sam with a plan. Challenge the c file. Get a2 in. Still completely winning for black. But can Arjun hold it somehow? Arjun the magician. Okay, rook a1. Queen c3. Looking pretty good. For rook a2. Okay, rook g1. Now a2, he wants queen a4. Queen b2. Should still be winning. Maybe you start with b5. Go b5 and then a2. Now a2, queen a4 played. Queen b2. Okay, king h2. He's stepping out of the way of rook c1. Now b5, b4, b3. All right. Now he's going to push. Now he's going to push. No, rook c5. He wants rook a5. He just wants to win comfortably. Check, king a7. No more checks. Rook e1. Arjun's still defending. So annoying. So annoying. He still got checks. But rook a5. Check, king over. Rook e5 also good. If trades, queen takes e5, check. And then black promotes. Rook d1. Rook e2. Latching onto the G pawn. Principle of two weaknesses. That's it. I think Sevian's figured it out. And now it's over. Or is it? King h1? Rook takes g2, queen e4 check. How do you win this for black? Queen b1. Queen b1, rook b2. Queen c3. Okay, threatening this. He wants queen e5 check and rook e1. So rook back to g1. Now in rook e1, queen takes a2. Sam, you got to get your b pawn up. Sam, what are you doing? What are you doing, Sam? Okay, queen e5. Queen a3. Okay, go b5, please. Sam, you can use these pawns. b4. c5. Queen d4. Okay, now going here. What's the idea? I have no idea. Rook c1. You got to push p. Queen e4. Queen back to g3. Now Arjun's starting to get some play. Rook c2. Desperately wants the rook trade. Okay, next might be rook b2, rook b1. This might be enough finally for Sam. Playing on seconds, yeah. No, it's not easy. Not easy. But I think you got, at some point, you just got to trust. Okay, there he goes. Finally, he trusts. Finally, he trusts. Pawn advancing. b4, queen c4, b3. Guys, look how quickly he's going to finish the game now. He's got the second pawn. Okay, h4, Arjun. Nothing to do but push his own pawn. b4. h5, though, you can't really push yet, but you do have queen c4 as your next move, and then pushing. Arjun goes queen g5. At some point, you can even just take twice and go b3. This might even be that point. Oh, he does take. Go, Sevian. Go. Rook a1, b2. But no, this, you don't hold this. C pawn is too good. C pawn is too strong. No, there's just no chance here for white. Not even close. See, guys, as soon as he pushed the b pawn, he was then able to just sack a rook and win the game on the spot. As soon as he pushed the b pawn. Okay, guys? So sometimes maybe we should listen to Coach Kostya. As soon as he pushed the b pawn, it was just instantly over. Because two pawns are more than one. Check in c4 and... yeah, it's just over. I mean, the queen is just too strong. I guess Arjun just playing it out until the very end, but... there's nothing... nothing to be done. Oh, queen g2. King h6. Last trick. Trick of the season. Trick of the season. And Sevian. Sevian spots it. What a trick. What a trick. Arjun Erigaisi. Arjun Erigaisi. It doesn't work though. Because you don't know how to take the rook. And that's it. Queen f4, and he resigned here because black is promoting. So Sevian on 3 out of 3. Bravo, Sam. So Lenormand also 3 out of 3. Wow. Dominguez did win against Hans. He managed to convert this endgame. So Dominguez 3 out of 3. Let's see how he managed. So he got the pawn up all the way to b7. And he pushed f4. And his king was able to get all the way up to the e-pawn. And that's it. This is losing because of f6 check. So very nice technique at the end. If takes, it's rook f8. If king f7, it's rook h8. But I'm wondering if this check was necessary. Maybe had to play here, rook to b1. Okay, this one I'm gonna check quickly. Rook b1, king e5, rook check, king e6. And here's the key Zugzwang, guys. Here's the key Zugzwang. King h7, king f6. And then that's a Zugzwang. Black loses because you have to give up the pawn. Okay, maybe it's not even Zugzwang because king g5 takes is winning anyway, but... Okay. Anyways, nice technique from Lanier, and now he's on 3 at f3. Oh, Naka's still playing. Oh, rook and bishop against rook. And it's 20 moves from 50 move rule. Ooh, I think black is holding this one, though. I think he's holding this one. I don't think so, induced by coffee. I don't think so. This one's tough to hold, but it looks like black has been holding their own just fine. But it is very difficult. But I think he'll be able to manage if he only has 20 moves to go. Hard part is likely done. Naka trying. Naka trying. Yes, Donchenko is the same player that defeated Fabi in the last round of the St. Louis Masters. Exactly. What's the technique for drawing this endgame? It's not simple. It's not like a simple thing to do. But in general, what black is doing here is pretty good. Like keeping the king and rook on the opposite color of the bishop. And in general, trying to keep your king off of the back rank. If you get forced onto the back rank, that's when it gets very tricky. So you're trying to prevent that from happening. But yeah, there's different like drawing mechanisms, but they're different. They're difficult. Difficult to explain, difficult to achieve, and they're kind of very specific. So it's a tough endgame to hold. But I think he's doing okay. Bishop d2. I think king will escape this way. Induced by coffee. I'm not sure. I would send them an email to their through their website and see what you can find out, because that's just different department. Danya's game, I'm actually not sure. Let me check. I think I'll just tell you right now. It looks like they drew their game. So good score for Tani. I mean, it's a 2.5 out of 3 after 3 rounds. World Rapid. It's not bad. Okay, now black is kind of on the back rank. So this is scary, but I think he's still okay because he can escape this way. King h3, king g2. And he's very, I think he's very close to the 50 move rule. Yeah, absolutely, folks. Absolutely. So rook d6. Okay, threatening some mating ideas. But king g2, king f3. Can black stay off the back rank this way? He gives a check first. Now from white, what you're trying to do is you're trying to corner this king with your bishop and set up some checkmate, right? So if white was given one move here, king f3, that position is likely already losing for black. Because if you're defending passively like this, it's not going to hold. Rook d1 and white comes around from the other way. But okay, black has a move here. So black can play here. Black can do this thing. Okay, here on king f3, he wants rook g3 check. So this is a typical idea. Definitely a great one to remember. Sometimes this is the only way to kick white's king off of the opposition in front of you. Okay, rook d1. Now don't go here. King b7 looks okay. Rook g2, king f5. Oh wait, whoops. Let's get to the live board. Rook g8. By the way, in the women, Alice is one of 3 players with 3 out of 3. Wow, go Alice. So Gunina, Alice, and Gunay Mamazarov on 3 out of 3 in the women. So Alice probably playing Gunina next round. Okay, watch out for mates, possible mates. Wait, what to do now? Because if rook g8, it's check and check. Uh-oh. Maybe king g4 now. Check, king h5. No, he goes here. Ah, king h3. Okay, it's probably right. Rook g6. And this is similar. Once you're close to that 50 move rule, if you get in trouble, it's better to just claim versus losing. Okay, check, bishop e3, and now rook a4 is very close. It's very close. He's still defending here, but it's very close. Although they might be hitting the 50 move rule soon. Let me see. King takes e7, move 78. Move 78. So that means they got to make like 7 more moves. Ooh. Could be close. Could be close. Yeah, I think even if it's winning, I don't think it wins in 7 moves. I think it's going to be very tough. But Naka, he's got a minute to figure this out. So if here there's check. So how do you do it? How do you do it? It's not so easy. White has rook b3 check. If here, then the king just comes here. No, but then bishop f4. So rook c1, it's rook b2. Bishop c5 maybe? No, the rook b3 check. Still looks like a draw. Naka using all his time to try to find the win, if there is one. Probably the right call. So rook c1. Yeah, maybe check and rook g1 now. But then black's rook comes back. And then I don't see the win there. Okay, rook d1. Naka panicking. He knows it's close, but where is it? Okay, comes back this way. Rook a4. Bishop c5. Now he's forcing the rook, I think, to come up. What does he want there? Bishop d4. Okay. Okay, threatening mate. Hold on, threatening mate. You have to go here. Because if king h4, bishop f6 wins. So critical moment. Oh my god, guys. It's so close. It's so close. And he's gonna claim here. Holy shit. This is right on move 50. Because they capture the pawn. White's 78th move. Rook takes a2. Help me figure this out, guys, because I honestly have no idea. So White's 78th move is rook a2. And now this is 128. It's a draw, right? That's 50 moves. Wow. And he's totally going to claim it, too. I mean, 100% he's going to claim it. And he has no idea. I bet Donchenko has no idea. He just made it in time. He probably thinks like, oh, maybe move 55, 58. He has no idea. I mean, maybe he saw what move the last capture. Sometimes they can see the move number, but generally they don't know. Generally, they don't know what move they're on. And they're not going to count. You know, it's too much energy. Holy smokes. So they're checking, but I think it's going to be a draw. I mean, that's why there's a delay, but I think it's I think a draw. I think it's going to be a draw. What a save. So yeah, king h2 there, it was mate in 1. So that would have been bad. My bad. King h2. So Naka, to his credit, did find the win with this bishop c3, bishop d4. I mean, very nicely found by Naka, but dang, king h4, here, rook h5. And that's it, draw agreed. Draw on the board. Wow, what a save. What a save. Yeah, no, the arbiter doesn't call the 50 move rule. That's it's up to the players to claim it. Arbiter does call it when it's 75 moves, though. Wow. I mean, okay, a tough for Naka. I mean, he was so close, but like, dang. I mean, you gotta love the claim. You gotta love the claim. 50 move rule is a scam? Oh, I don't think so, Berlin Chess. Watch any Title Tuesday and you'll be very grateful for the 50 move rule. Because otherwise we'd get people moving back and forth with rook versus rook for, you know, hours and hours. Dang. Okay, so that's round 3, folks. Round 4, I think, supposed to start like 20 minutes ago. So that's not happening. But I'm sure they'll get the pairings out in DGT as quickly as possible. Okay, folks, I'll take a quick break and then we'll be back for the final 2 rounds of the day. Should be very exciting stuff. Hopefully see you guys after the jump. Alrighty, folks, welcome back. Watching 2024 World Rapid and Blitz. Looks like round 4 in the open. just started. So, okay, we have a number of players doing well. We have Dominguez on 3 out of 3. Lenderman on 3 out of 3. Sevian on 3 out of 3. And, Bach against Aronian. Okay, both of these guys 2.5 out of 3. Bach still represents Netherlands, but these guys are both U.S. residents, St. Louis locals. So big matchup here. And let me bring up the live video. Okay, but the women are actually ahead. Let me jump to the women's games because we have Alice Lee, board 1, against Valentina Gunina. So huge chance for Alice to break through here to the top. Let me go back, actually. So Alice on 3 out of 3. So she's having a great tournament so far. So we get a Slav, h3, slow Slav, white gets the bishop pair, d3, castles, e4. And yeah, typical small advantage for white, but black is perfectly solid. White's got the 2 Bs, black can break with e5 or c5 at some point. So, yeah, solid position for Gunina as well. But go Alice. Go Alice. I like what she's got. At some point, I think she needs to get maybe like a3, b4. That would be the nice way to start pushing on the queen side. This is kind of white's typical plan, like b4, a4, b5, and so on. And let's see, we also got Carissa Yep playing another very strong player, Nino Batsiashvili, grandmaster from Georgia. Both these players are on 2.5 points. And Carissa is, down in exchange. Okay, how did this happen already? What happened here? What's happened? Oh boy. Okay, Carissa playing her, again, her queen takes d4, Scotch. It's a sharp system, but hey, if you prepare it, then anything is possible. And, okay, f4, knight c4, f5, takes on e6, takes on f1, takes d7. So this is where white sacrificed the exchange, I guess, but I feel like she didn't really get enough. To me, yeah, black is, I think, just completely winning here. So Carissa, I guess, miscalculated something, and now her position's pretty bad because black can park the queen on like g6 on knight g5, and yeah, black just has way too much material. b4 is coming. So, okay, this did not work out well for Carissa. Meanwhile, Jennifer Yu, looks like she's got a pretty solid game against, Chinese Grandmaster Zhu Jiner. Both these players on 2 out of 3. I think Carissa just miscalculated something in those in those tactics with the f4, knight d2, f5, all that stuff. But yeah, happens. Okay, Jennifer's position here looks pretty solid. I would say it's very, very close to equal. I don't think, maybe white has a small edge, but really nothing special. Let's go back to Alice. This definitely, huge game for us. So h5, h4. And now knight h7. Okay, so black is getting frisky here. Of course, she's offering the h-pawn because she wants queen takes h4. That's not going to happen. That would be just a disaster. G3 looks like a normal move. And then maybe black's idea is to break with g5. Who knows? But I think g3 here. seems to be logical. Yeah, no, I mean, rapid chess, blitz chess. I mean, yeah, blunders are very, very common, and so far I mean, we've seen some big mistakes even today, but yeah, par for the course. Okay, G3 played, and now are we really gonna get G5 from? Because Gunina, guys, I'll tell you, she's a hyper aggressive player with either color. She's very, very sharp, very fast too. She's always like a fast player. Actually, I've always considered her to be like the female Nepo because she plays very quick and aggressively, and it's what makes her very dangerous in fast time controls because she plays quickly, confidently, and usually strongly as well. So triple threat. Triple threat. So like F5. Yeah, even if it's like not objectively the right thing to do, actually it's very bold move F5. Like I was thinking G5, actually F5 makes a lot of sense. I mean, she's offering up the pawn on H5, but if white takes this pawn, then black can play F4, for example, and just immediately start opening things up. And this would be very, very dangerous for white, especially in rapid where you don't have a lot of time to figure out how to defend your position. So I don't think Alice is going to go pawn grabbing here after F5. But F4 is a pretty annoying move anyways. So how does white deal with F4 here? Uh-oh. How do we deal with F4? Folks, help me out here. Yeah, F4 is a problem. If you go king G2, F4, and you move your bishop back, there's rook takes D4. Maybe you can sack a pawn, bishop C3. Maybe that's what you have to do, something very complicated, like king G2, allow this, go here, rook takes, you go here, and then next move we can take on H5. And who knows what's happening? Who knows? Really not easy. Okay, Alice is going to have to figure it out. Well, I think for black, it's really, it's not that tricky. Just F4 is your next move. It's actually like very straightforward. Just F5, F4. And this is a problem. 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 And how does white keep the king side locked up? You need a knight. You can just plop here. So this is how you play against the two bishops, huh? I mean, look at this. I mean, H5. I'm going to go out on a limb here, folks. This is very obvious given how the game progressed. I'm going to say H4 here was maybe not the right move for white because it allowed black to just get this huge jump. Instead, maybe rook D1, just defending this guy. And then it takes time for black to actually generate something on the king side. But white essentially just created these weaknesses, and now F5. Okay, and Alice plays D5. So Alice is a very strong player. She understands like when she might be in trouble, that means you need to mix it up. You need to change the character of the position. So yeah, D5, definitely a bold move. And look, black just goes F4. So Gunina, like, she doesn't even calculate taking on D5. She's like, I don't want that. I just want F4. Takes, takes, takes. Now if queen takes H4, I mean, it's very tricky. Rook takes F4, okay. Black wants to take here and bring the knight to G5, and that's just a very strong attack. Very, very strong. So This is looking really bad for white, honestly. I don't see how she holds this. It just looks too strong. I mean, maybe Engine says white is fine right now, but like Queen H4, Knight G. I've seen this movie too many times. You know, it's like you just know how it goes. But let's see. I mean, Alice is a great defender, so maybe she'll come up with something. Maybe King G2, Queen H4, Rook H1, Queen G5 check, King F1, Rook doubles on F8, and again, yeah, we're experiencing major problems. Okay, Bishop G2. Let me try this actually. Gets out of the way. Allows black to take on H4, maybe Knight G5. Rook G4. Yeah, big issues for Alice. But Gunina thinking she's using her time advantage now, so she's not rushing with queen takes H4. Oh, we were watching a game here. Okay, but let me jump to a different game. Oh, we got Andy Woodward against Danya, by the way, in the Open. That's awesome. And Andrew Hong against Fabi, another American versus American. Now, also, this game just looks absolutely wild. Like, what is going on here? Jeez Louise. Oh, man, so many good games happening. But let me go back this one. I want to stick with Alice here for a sec until this position clarifies. But doesn't look good. Yeah, Danya facing all the juniors, getting some tough matchups. Okay, black thinking here. So now she's not rushing. All right, finally we get rook takes H4. So takes with the rook. Maybe looking for ideas on the diagonal with queen H2 check. Okay, rook E1, getting out of the mate. Knight G5. Looks like a tempting move. Don't go ED, because then white will go rookie. So if you go ED, white goes rookie. But I like Knight G. I like Knight G5. And then looking for maybe rook G4. Of course, we're also looking to get the other rook in. I am surprised by rook H4. I thought the queen would have been kind of stronger on this square. Rook on F4, second rook on F8, hitting F2, coming in with Knight G5, Knight F3 check, forcing takes, rook takes. Then white's king is very open. Here I feel like Alice might have some chances to survive this, although still very, very, very dangerous for white's king. Yeah, I'm also hoping Danya does well, absolutely. But he's a really strong player, so I'm pretty confident he will. Okay, Knight G5 played. Queen H4, Queen G3. Yeah, maybe. Because, okay, black definitely does not want most endgames here. Black wants the queens on the board so that this queen can give checkmate. So DE, Alice grabs this pawn. It's a nice pawn to grab, but yeah, feels like, you know, all of Black's pieces can get very active now. But takes on E6. Okay, what to do now? What to do? If you go queen D6, I think just E7, you can allow the check. You go king F1, and then white's E-pawn is creating a lot of counterplay. So white could actually win this, guys, very easily if black misjudges the attack, goes all in, and then allows this E-pawn to skate through. So got to be very careful. Got to be very careful here as black as well. Rook D2, Queen E3, Rook B2, Queen G5. But we take E7, Rook E8. Okay, Rook G4 played. This move makes a lot of sense. Pressurizing the bishop. And... oh, I'm sorry. Rook D2. Yeah, that line maybe works in. Maybe works in. So Rook G4, black keeps the back rank alive. And has threats now H4, H3. Oof. Oof. Very tough for white. H4, H3 is a real problem. Here, Rook F8. Okay, king F1. She's trying to get out, but king is not going anywhere. H4 makes sense. Rook D2 again makes sense. Okay, Rook F8. Watch out for Queen C5. Maybe white should play C5 just to open up her own queen. I feel like that's a useful move here. Then queen takes C5, of course, E7 check. So C5 Alice. I feel like she could still... this might be defendable. If black is not, you know, super precise, white just kind of piles up, just defends everything on the third rank. Rook 1 E2 and cemento. White could be okay. White could be okay. All right, Rook AD1 also very natural move. Rook D7, but Queen C5, Rook D2 or something, right? Rook E2 maybe. So Rook D1, Queen C5, Rook D2. And then E7 is coming. So the queen is not a great blockader because the queen can be harassed by any of white's pieces and doesn't really want to stay passively blockading the whole time. Okay, 3 minutes. This one's going to get spicy. Yeah, black's spending a lot of time. Okay, Rook F4. That's a clear threat. And if queen g3, is black going to take twice on f2? I don't think so. I don't think we're going to see that, because then black's queen just has such a hard time getting active after that. And, you know, if anything, white might even be better there, or winning the e-pawn. Black would have to be super careful. It's not clear. Although maybe she can take on e6. Ooh, rook d7. Well, I don't know. We'd have to calculate, right? So take king g1. Oof. Oof. And then what? Queen f6. To me, it looks very scary. You push e7. Rook takes g2 check. King takes queen f2. King h1. Queen h4. We might have enough. We might have enough for black there. Rook d7, queen c5, also an option. Yeah, so Alice defends with rook e2. Okay, most normal defensive move. Just building up there. Now maybe h4, looking for h3. Queen c5, rook d2, I think would be the response. 2 minutes for Gunina. Not a lot of time. Now we're getting into Blitz territory. She's thinking here what to do. What to do. Don't want to take on e6. That allows bishop h3, c5, all kinds of moves. h4, maybe rook d7. So hold on. This rook d7 is a big threat. This is very concrete. Oh, queen c5, rook d2, knight e6. Oh, it's crazy tactic. Crazy tactic. Okay, rook f6 played. But that's going back. It's going back a bit. Well, what's the idea now? On rook d7? Black wants queen c5 there. I think queen c5 is still in the cards for black. Maybe c5 now. So queen c5, there's e7. Open up the queen. Goes c5, Alice. Nice, bravo. Okay, this could turn around. This could easily turn around. King h8, black has to do this. But now rook d7. Okay, rook d7, queen takes c5. She's just going to go for it. But maybe Alice can create some more play. Rook d6. Okay. Rook d6. So that wouldn't be a check master ceremony. So there black can take on f2 in that line. Okay, b6. Ooh, dangerous move. Undermining white. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, maybe queen e3. Take on c5. Okay, queen c4. Rook f5. Take on c6. Oh, this game's about to explode completely. But maybe rook c6, and I think white's everything's opening up for the bishop. And black hasn't managed to break through. This is turning around. Gunina in shambles. She's like, who's this Alice Lee? Why I can't beat her? Why she's not getting mated? Not so easy. Not so easy. Alice holding on. Alice holding on. Take on c6. She's reaching. She's reaching. Go, Alice, go. Go, Alice, go. Don't hesitate. Yeah, amazing defense here by Alice. But maybe Gunina just misplayed the position because it looked very nice for her. Okay, b4. Okay. Not sure why she didn't just take on c6. b4 is... It's an Alice move. It's an Alice move. Just keeps everything solid. Takes on c5. Take back. Take back. Okay, she was looking at like rook d7 stuff, but rook d7 there's always queen f6, so it's hard for white to allow queen f6, rook takes f2. You don't want to allow that. Okay, but now if black plays queen f6, maybe queen d4. White solidifies like this. I'm liking this for white. I think white's better actually, because yeah, e-pawn is strong, and black doesn't have sufficient counterplay. But hold on, rook b8. Okay, this is annoying. King g1. Knight f3 check. Oh, this is scary. This is very scary. I think you got to take, because otherwise rook b1 would be mate. So rook takes. Ooh, now white's king is open. Okay, all three results are possible. Oof. No, this looks really scary. I don't know about this anymore. I truly don't know, guys. Queen g5. Queen g5 is a big threat right now. This is very dangerous for white's king. Yeah, unfortunately she didn't have a lot of time. So it's hard to say, but now it looks really tricky. Yeah, I was thinking queen c1 is just very passive. Okay, rook e5. Oh boy. Oh boy. She's really making sure this queen cannot get in. Jeez Louise. Rook b1 check, king g2. So rook b1, she still has king g2. Maybe rook f8 for black. But we're threatening to take rook d7 stuff. Oh, it's triple edged, guys. It's triple edged. What does black even play? She wants takes rook d7 and breaking through the blockade. Okay, g6. She couldn't find another move, but this feels very weakening. Now queen d4, rook d7. Queen d4, Alice. Queen d4. This looks completely winning. Go, Alice. Rook d7. Rook d7. I mean, the queen can't get in. Black has no checks. Rook d7, e7. Pushito. Okay, queen f6. All right, we got to be careful here. Rook f7. e7. I feel like rook f7 is good. Check, king g2. Takes, queen takes e5. Still tricky, still complicated. Got to take on f2. Queen takes f2. Queen takes e5. Then check king g7. Queen f7, king h6. What happened? Gunina flagged. Oh. She flagged. Dang. Dang. But I think black was okay in this final position because I don't see how white wins, and black has a lot of threats. I thought Alice was winning there. I don't know where she Okay, here maybe maybe e7 was better actually instead of rook f7, because on e7 check rook f2, then we're getting like this and this. So this is, yeah, just immediate GG. Black is very checkmated. Wow, so Alice wins. Alice on 4/4. Bravo, Alice. Take it down. World Rapid Championship. Okay, let's why don't we switch back to the Open? Because there was a lot of games there. Okay, let's take a look. So we have Dominguez on board 2 against Sarfarli. Dominguez is holding his own here, but he's on 3/3, so he's doing great. Lenderman, black against Merzen. These guys also 3/3. Lenderman, maybe a little bit worse, but hopefully can hold it. Seems to be okay so far. We have Bach against Aronian. Bach down to 19 seconds. I think that's actually accurate, because Benjamin does this. He does this thing where he thinks really, really long and then runs down on time and then plays fantastic chess after that. So Levon here up 6.5 minutes on the guy. You think he's gonna find a way to trick him with such a massive advantage. We got Brandon Jacobson against Grischuk. Shanklin Dubov. Looks like that game was drawn. So we missed Shanklin Dubov. Oh, and we have Woodward against Naroditsky. Hold on. We got to check out this position. Jeez Louise. What was best game of the day so far? I don't know, actually. There's a lot of crazy games. This one, by the way, is very exciting so far. I think Andy might just be getting checkmated here by Danya. Oh, knight e2. Hold on. He found the genius move, knight e2. Covering e3, hitting the queen, so black is not in time to give any checks here. So black is down a piece, actually. Okay, he has queen h3 still. So, yeah, still looks totally winning for black, actually, after queen h3. Because this is just a huge threat. Rook is hanging. I don't see how white gets out of that one. Oof. Okay, Danya thinking though. Does he have another move other than queen h3? What else could he be thinking about? Rook f1 doesn't make sense. Queen h2. Queen h4, I think white just takes on g2. In rook f1, I don't think that really helps black because of rook f1. Yeah. Okay, queen h3, knight f4 blitzed out. So he's giving back some material. So queen h1, king f2 takes. He wants rook takes. And then black will have rook for 2 pieces. White's king, though, still very open. So, yeah, still double-edged, but I think it still should be good for black. I mean, black's going to have, like, more material. He's going to have rook and 2 pawns, and then more time as well. So king f2 will be blitzed out. I think takes. Looks forced. Yeah, looks like it should be winning for black. Like the queen way too active here. King is weak. Rook f4 maybe. Not sure. I didn't see the exact follow-up there. But check. Okay, Fisher Seb suggesting rook d8. That's pretty cold-blooded. Queen d2. Looks tough. Looks tough. Can Danya finish it off? Get to 3.5 out of 4. That would be a great start. Rook f5. Wow. Wow. Danya going for brilliancy prize. Rook f5. And that's Puzzle Rush. Now that's Puzzle Rush. Wow. Where's Kramnik? Someone check on Kramnik. Okay, Queen c4. Queen c2. Ooh, this looks like GG. This looks like GG. That's very nice. Knight I think only move. But then bishop on h5 hangs, so it's kind of done. White's just losing the material. Yeah, not seeing a move here for Andy. Okay, rook f2, but I think black is just taking with check and yeah, should win. Danya though making sure. Yeah, it takes with queen. And that's GG. Okay, let me jump to Andrew Hong against Fabi. Fabi trying to win and get back to 3 out of 4. What's going on here? Looks like he's just trying to squeeze out this endgame. Maybe he has a little something. He's going to take on d5. But feels like white is solid enough. 15 seconds for Andrew Hong, so we'll see if Fabi can trick him. Naka also playing nearby, and he's trying to win this position against Luca Moroni. Ooh. Yeah, good luck with that. I mean, the knight is kind of trapped. So I don't know what's happening there, but they're going to play for another 50 moves for sure. Meantime, rook e4. Fabi still thinking. Geary on 3 out of 3. Yeah, he's looking for his 4th win. Okay, we got some trades. Now what? I think soon black is going to look to activate the rook. And just ditch his weak pawns. Okay, rook f5. Now I think is exact time for rook b8. Maybe he takes here, actually. Because if you take on g2, then you can activate the rook with h5. So maybe bishop g2. Okay, or f3. Or f3 takes and then h5. I think that's what he wants. Should be a draw, though. Bishop e4. White challenges the bishop. All these rook endgames should be pretty easy draw for white. But g3, okay. Andrew may be playing this a little bit ambitiously. He's like, maybe you show me how you make the draw. I think rook b8. Rook b8, rook b2. I I think black looks active enough. Okay, played. Good. When they play my moves, guys, that means they're playing good, okay? Just so you know. King d2. No, a4. Oh, yeah, a4. I was going to say that next. All right, a4. Rook b2. Rook b2, rook a2 looks strong. Okay, rook b2 played. Good. a5. Probably rook a2, because that you always have the option to give check on the back rank. Although I think mainly black wants to keep white tied down to this f pawn. So rook a2. It's annoying. I mean, black's extra pawn is not that meaningful, but the fact that his king is active, his rook is active, this is what's causing some disturbance in the position. Okay, he's allowing bishop e4, but he had rook e2 check, winning the bishop. Rook f4, rook b4. Ooh. GM idea, offering the rook trade and winning the bishop endgame. So white cannot trade rooks here. He's got to go rook f6, I think. Okay, or back, king d4. But check king c3. Check king c3, Fabi wants. And then he forces the trade because something will be hanging. Oh, he does get the trade. Wait, he does get the trade. Did white have to do that? I guess if his bishop moves, it's awkward. So he goes here. But this looks... maybe it's still okay for white, actually, because how can black even go after the pawn? Bishop c4. He has to try for the king and pawn endgame. Oh, but if bishop c4 is winning, then it's just winning. But bishop c4 looks good. I don't understand. Take, and I think bishop c4. Just game over. Take. White will pick up the f pawn while we pick up the a pawn, but then white doesn't have a passed pawn. See, this is where black's extra double pawn makes all the difference. Even though it's like double pawn's not that useful. Here, the extra f pawn allows black to win the king and pawn endgame. So white has to go bishop e4 now. Bishop takes a6. Bishop takes f3. But maybe he's going to go bishop e2 because he's a super GM. I don't know if that's good. I think, yeah, he just takes. Now king d2. Okay. But bishop e2? Wait, why didn't he take here? Because now he can never take. Now he's just always losing the king and pawn endgame. Why didn't he take on f3? I guess bishop takes f3. He didn't like king c3, where white's king is boxed in. But I think you still have better chances here compared to what we're getting in the game. Because here it's just 2 extra pawns for black. Nah, this is GG. That's game over. I think black just runs the pawn to a3. King, let's say, goes to a2. We have bishop c4 check. And if not, then we just put the bishop on c4, park the pawn on a2. Black's king runs and picks up the king side. What's the secret to defeating Fabi in Rapid? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Okay. I think this is probably, I mean, it's not resignation, but it's close. Now bishop c4. Take is just bad. So bishop is going to move, but then bishop d5, a2, and king just walks that way. Okay, gives check. Curious about the technique. Bishop here. I think you can push. So king c2, for example, I think you can push. And yeah, black's king, I mean, there are many winning plans. You can bring the king to e5, trade off white's g-pawn with f5, f4, and then you create a second pass pawn. And so these endgames are just basically game, like always winning when it's like this. You have one pass pawn, you got the second pass pawn, game over. Okay, but he's trying to win with just one pass pawn. He doesn't even want to... he doesn't even want to go over to the king side. He wants bishop c4, a2. No, I mean, it's just... yeah, immediately decisive. So this works even better. Okay, Andrew going down to his last seconds, but I think he resigned there. Oh, never mind. Okay, but here you gotta give it up. Wow, bishop B. He doesn't even go A2, which would win on the spot. Fabi toying with him. He's forcing him to move the bishop so he can just promote. And you can promote. There's no stalemate. There's no stalemate. You can chill. Is he going to do a rook? I think he's going to do a rook. Oh, no, he resigned. All right. Fabi reached for the rook and the guy resigned. By the way, so Fabi, back to 3 out of 4. Dominguez won his game. So Dominguez on 4 out of 4 in the open. Golinier managed to just dominate this rook and pawn endgame against Safarli, who just resigned because now he's losing the second pawn, and then it's just cleanup time. So Dominguez on 4 out of 4. Lenderman still fighting. Lenderman, though, in a bit of trouble. I mean, this position looks really nice for whites. This Merzin kid has been a real problem. He took down Fabi. Now he's possibly beating Lenderman. This kid's a real problem for the Americans. Other results. Jacobson beat Grischuk. Wow, go Brandon. Levon defeated Bach. Sevian draw with Sadwani. Robson still playing against Gleb Duden. How's Robson doing? Robson trying to win, but okay. Difficult endgame. Black is but maybe he's winning here. Maybe he's winning. King comes to E4. Bishop F1, but black is holding. Yeah, knight on G5. Nice fortress idea here for black. Shanklin drew with Dubov. And then we saw Naroditsky beat Woodward. Nakamura still trying to break through against Luca Moroni. Let's watch Naka. We saw this endgame like 10 minutes ago. Nothing has changed. Naka's still trying to win. White's knight's still stuck on A2. But how do you get at it? I mean, such an interesting position. Just to think about conceptually. Oh, bishop E2, bishop C4. That's how. Bishop C4 now. And I think black is winning this. Or black is at least winning a piece. I don't know if black is winning from there, but black is at least winning a piece. Wow, F4. Interesting. So Naka, I guess he sensed that bishop C4, bishop takes F5. So he wants to just give this pawn up under better circumstances, so that he can win the resulting endgame easier. Looks like Magnus is... What's going on? Magnus drawing? Yeah, likely making a draw. Magnus definitely not winning this position. EF4. King C5. King C5, wow. Super patience from Naka. I'm not sure why he didn't go bishop C4 though. Okay, now black goes bishop F7. Now bishop C4. Oh, bishop C4 is just not working. Hold on, guys. Bishop C4 is not working because white takes and goes king F1, and then when you approach the knight, there's king E2, and then black is in time. Or white's in time. Okay, so bishop g6. Then white's probably holding this. I mean, now he's up a pawn. And... oh, wait. He just allowed bishop c4? Okay, so he's ready to sack the knight for bishop takes h5 and then bishop back to g6. So he's ready to sack the knight. And yeah, it's hard for black to take this knight without losing to the h-pawn. Okay, Naka, don't flag. Bishop g4. Naka reserves the time. Well, what else can you do? I mean, you got to play fast. How else can you try to win? King c2, king b2. Okay, Lenderman's still playing against Merzin. Check king e1. He's trying. I think actually what he might want is check. And then bishop a5, bishop b6. Just let the knight out. Oh, go Naka. Go, go, go. Bishop b6, bishop takes f2. And then the e-pawn wins the game. Ooh. Nice. Good tech. Great tech from Naka. What's going on in Lenderman's game? I think Lenderman's resigning. Dang, so Merzin on 4 out of 4. The dream over for Lenderman. Just beginning for Merzin. Okay, bishop f7. I think we're going to see this and this. White's knight gets out, but now black's e-pawn, I think it's winning actually for black. I think it's a complete win. Like you put your bishop on g4, run the pawn to e2, move the king, e1, and you have enough pawns to win the resulting endgame. Okay, go Naka. He needs this because he's been held to a couple of draws. He drew the first game, then he won, then he drew round 3. So he's lost the point already. But I think he gets this one. Oh, and that's it. That's it. White resigned. I think he just sees like, okay, it's king d2. If knight c2 check, king d2. And then again, the knight is like, the knight's just caught. Or black can go for the e-pawn. But I would do this one because knight b3 check is a problem. Okay, Naka wins. Eric Rosen's still playing. Eric playing min late, aka wonderful time. Streamer versus streamer battle. Okay, Eric down a pawn, but I mean, these Ricken games are tricky. It feels like it should be a draw. I think White can just kind of keep his rook here. Maybe king h4. If he keeps his rook, on g3, he can keep black's rook occupied. Rook g3 now? Why not rook g3? Rook g3. How's Eric doing, by the way? Oh, Eric got a win over Grandmaster Ehrenberg. Wow, nice. Nice. Yeah, our book command does need updating. I thought we had one. I thought we had a book command. Huh, that's weird. There's books and there's book. So book should be going to our book. And then books is like the other one. Hold on, let me try this. All right, now book should work. Yeah, interns, of course. Yeah, it's definitely not not me doing it. So books is done. It's just exclam book now. Oh, g5. Okay, but en passant. Eric, en passant. En passant this dude. How long does it take? Take it. He's asking the art. Can you en passant and rapid? Yes. Go. Take it. Eric holding this. I mean, it's an easy draw now. You don't have to do anything. Just move your king back and forth. Bravo, Eric. So in the women's section, by the way, I think we're done for the day because they finished their 4th round. Alice crushing it, 4 out of 4. So that's huge. And there's going to be one more round in the open after this game ends. Okay. Now, Eric needs to make sure he doesn't allow rook takes g6 when his king is on g2. So go king h3 here, please, Eric. And I think we're making a draw. Nice. Good result. Good result for our boy. And this is the last game of the round. Or actually, last game for the American players. There's another game going on. This one. Between Suleymanov and Harsha. And this, I've got no idea. This is kind of a crazy position. Maybe white can win if he can get f4 and f5, but it might be a draw. It might be some kind of a draw. Let's stick with Eric though. Looks like he's still holding. King h3. And draw agreed. Nice. Good job, Eric. Gets the draw. Okay, so this is the last game before the final round. Magnus game, I think, done. I think Magnus game drawn. And this one could go on for a little while, but I'm expecting a draw here as well. Wow, I can't believe there's one more round. Dang, these players must be exhausted. Like I mean, we've been streaming for 5.5 hours, so I'm tired. Honestly, guys, I'm tired. I can't believe there's one more round. Like they gotta play another game, and it's like an important game too. Round 5, you know I mean, it's a full point on the line. The tournament's brutal. Yeah, we'll stick around though. We'll stick around. But you know what? Let me take my break now, and then we'll be back. Yeah, because I got to stretch my legs. And then we'll be back for round 5, which hopefully won't be too long. I mean, according to the schedule, it was supposed to start 15 minutes ago. So hopefully it won't be too long. This game obviously has to finish. This game can go on for another 10 minutes. Who knows? And then, yeah, of course, then they got to do the pairings and then set up the next game. So next round probably going to be, I'm guessing, minimum 15 minutes from now. Maybe we'll get it fast, but okay, folks, I'll take my final break, and then we'll be back for round 5 of the day because it's going to be a very important game. So let's freshen up on our snacks and our coffee, and I'll see you guys shortly. Alrighty, folks, welcome back. Hello, 2024 World Rapid and Blitz. Question from the YouTube chat, is round 5 coming today? Great question. I think so, folks. I think so. Looks like they got the pairings up, so we should be getting the next round, I think, in a couple minutes. We got Lazovic Carlsen. Carlsen's struggling, though. So far, he's got 2.5 out of 4. And then Hong against Conan on board 4. With 2. No, this is a mistake. That's definitely a mistake. Dominguez 4 out of 4. Rachmanov 2 out of 4 against Alderferrer, also 2. Yeah, I think some of these board pairings are incorrect, so that may be why they're delayed. Because yeah, these guys are on 2 out of 4, so they shouldn't be playing on board 4 in the tournament. But okay, hopefully they'll fix it soon. You guys can see the standings there. Dominguez, our boy Dominguez. So we're leading in both sections right now, folks. We got Dominguez leading the Open, Alice Lee leading the Women's. Women's is done for the day. They played 4 rounds. They're going to play another 4 tomorrow. So Alice is leading there with 4 out of 4. Dominguez leading here with 4 out of 4. Likely going to play, I think, well, he should be playing, yeah, he's playing white against Shant Sargsyan. So good chance for him to get to 5 out of 5 even. So go Dominguez. Lenny boy. Okay. Hopefully those games start soon. In the meantime, we can look at games from previous rounds. Until these games start. Oh, Naroditsky Jacobson, they've played a couple thousand games against each other. So it's funny they meet in the Rapid. I want to see actually how Brandon beat Grischuk, because this is kind of a big upset. So it looks like open Sicilian, 4 knights, a3, bishop e3, queen d3, f4. Wow, and here they're already okay. Hold on, here they spent all their guys. Look at their clocks. So here they have 15 minutes. Okay, Grischuk spends a third of his time on bishop d7, or quarter, f4. Brandon spends a third of his time, e5. Now down to under 8 minutes. Now under 5 minutes. Now under 4 minutes. And here they're down to a minute each on move 15. I mean, at least they both did it to themselves. Amazing. So bishop e5, rook b7, takes, and then it just gets like insanely tactical all of a sudden. Rook b3. And okay, here they just played most of the game on increment, with white having 2 bishops. Nice position. Oh, black hangs the exchange. He didn't mean to do that. So Brandon won the exchange. And then probably converted, I guess. c5. Nice. And c7. Grischuk resign. Wow. Wow. Bravo, Brandon. And that's it. Game over. Okay, let's see. Next round. Yeah, but they messed up the boards, because clearly some of these players shouldn't be on the top boards. Like these guys. I mean, okay. So I don't know what this is about. I'm guessing it's going to cause delays. But yeah, we'll just we'll be waiting. We'll be waiting for domain. Let me check Twitter. Maybe some updates on Twitter. Where's round 5? Where's round 5? Oh, we have Aronian versus Merzin too coming up. Cool. Okay, so we're just waiting on the games to begin. Let me check the live broadcast. Maybe we'll see on the live broadcast if players are sitting down at the boards or what. Live broadcast seems to be on break. No, transitioning. They're coming back. What's going on live? Looks like they're on break. That's not a good sign. I mean, according to the schedule, the round was supposed to start 40 minutes ago. So they're behind schedule. Okay, they're behind schedule. That's fine. That happens. You know, people played on these in games for like hours. Okay, I see Charlize is back on the FIDE broadcast. Okay, a lot of players are sitting down. So yeah, games should be starting very, very soon. So that's great. We should be getting moves shortly underway. In the meantime, let me look up one of our commands. Do we still have the merch command? Because I don't know if you guys know, but merch is also on sale right now. You get 20% off all merch using the code Winter Dojo. So let me update that command. Merch is currently 20% off. Use code Winter Dojo at checkout. I gotta get myself some merch soon. Okay, merch command is live on the Twitch. There we go. Oh, and Moobot had something to say too. Hold on. We don't need the Moobot. We don't need the Moobot. Yeah, the stream elements message, I was looking for it and then I couldn't find it. let me try it because I thought I got rid of the, and then I saw it again. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, like it's not active. But let me just delete it. So the command wasn't active, but it was still going for some reason. So I don't know why. Okay, but commands should be updated now. In fact, I should even update the title to represent the new one. This one? No. This one. Okay. Bravo. Let's get back to the games. Yeah, those random messages that pop up, those are, as far as I understand, the same thing as command. It's just that sometimes Stream Elements just spams them even if no one commands them. If that makes sense. So like the command just gets posted automatically to chat a lot of times, even if no one asks for it. Because sometimes people don't know what to ask, so it just puts it up. Wow, beautiful sunset in Los Angeles. Okay, folks, I just want to say I missed the whole day. Yeah, it was a nice day here in LA, I did go out for a walk in the morning because I knew this was going to be long, but I basically missed the whole day covering this tournament. So I hope you guys appreciate it. It was fun. It was fun, but it's also been quite long because the sun is like we started in the morning and the sun is now setting. So, yeah, winter is tough. Winter is tough. Okay, but at least we got moves. So Dominguez plays his Rui again. Slow Rui. But he gets d4. Take. And he had this against Hans, and he ended up tricking Hans and eventually winning that game. So I'm sure he feels comfortable here. So knight c4, bishop c3. And yeah, I mean, I've always felt like this kind of position just feels slightly nicer for white. Black has this ugly d pawn. Now, generally speaking, black is usually fine, but as we've seen, sometimes white can still win these kinds of positions. But white needs to play it slow, right? Like we want to go for knight f5 at some point, but we can't do it right away because e-pawn might be hanging. So sometimes you might see white playing like f3 here. And then bringing the knight to f5 after that. Dominguez, though, 17 minutes on the clock. So he's like super comfortable in this position, it seems like. So he is in good shape. So he looks like Robson already drew against Ranak Sadwani. I don't blame them. It's been a long day. Naroditsky Jacobson, interesting position. Caruana playing Rasmus Svane. So Fabi definitely trying to end the day on a win. Get back to the top boards. Ooh, Shanklin Faruja. Okay, we'll keep an eye on Dominguez, but we haven't seen Shanklin yet, and he's playing Faruja. Big matchup here, guys. Big matchup for Shanky Boy. Neiman playing against Duda, so Duda against Hans, and Naka playing Zaven. Strong GM. Okay, what happened here? So this is like a double fianchetto kind of thing. Faruja playing it fast and loose in the opening as usual. Knight a6, knight c3, knight c5, rook e1. I mean, I don't know. I feel like white should be better here after e4. Black has no pawn moves in the center. Like Faruja forgot to move his center pawns. Faruja, what are you doing? You got to play e6. Okay. Faruja, come on. So he's really playing this extremely creatively. I'm going to say I like this for white here. I mean, e4 is coming. Okay, e6, e4. And then on e takes d5, we can take with the e-pawn probably. Maybe with the c-pawn. But yeah, liking this for white. So go Sam. Oh, and Woodward is playing Nepomniachtchi. Wow, what a pairing. Woodward Nepomniachtchi. Okay, what was the opening here? Another Catalan. So these guys, they don't fear the Catalan against this kid. And again, he goes for knight c3, knight e5. He played this line earlier as well. And okay, looks like nice position for Andy. I think he's all right so far. Black hanging this h-pawn. Very interesting. His last move, he didn't go g6, he goes king h8. Now if white takes, does he want g6 or what does he want? If takes, maybe knight e5. But then it's not clear why he started with king h8. At least I don't understand. I'm too stupid. too dumb. But also Nepo is like blitzing out his moves. So maybe he's just in prep. So he just knows this stuff really well. Though I don't get, maybe knight e5 and king h8 are both fine, and he decided to just go king h8 first. Okay, so it takes knight e5. And material still equal. But black, I think, is doing okay. It seems like he's breaking out. Bishop comes to g4. So it looks like a very healthy position for black. All right, but go Andy. Take him down. Don't show any fear. Let's check back in with some of our top guys. We have Sindarov versus Sevian. Sevian on 3.5 points. Playing the French here. Okay, very risky, very risky. Knight f4, queen a5. And then we have Levon against Merzin. Okay, this looks like Italian game. A little bit of a boring structure. But Levon going to try to put the squeeze on the kid. Maybe that's what you got to do with Merzin. You know, keep him under control. All right, let's go back to Dominguez because he's on top board, 4-4. And, I mean, he's playing Shant Sargsyan. Now, Shant, I think, is known to be a really good blitz and rapid player. His classical rating is not as high as some of these other guys, but his online blitz and rapid, I feel like, are often very, very strong. So he's a good player. He just threw down b4 against him. Wow, big move. So bishop takes b4, which might be forced. Knight takes b2, gets the pawn back, and then the knight will come back to c4. So a bit of a trade. Takes on the board. It's actually not clear who this favors at first glance, because black, well, like both sides kind of lose, their grip. White had this nice bishop on c3, now it can't be there. Black had nice knight on c4, now it's going to be loose. So, but d pawn is still isolated, whereas white's e pawn in the long run can be defended. So Dominguez still nursing, let's say, small advantage. But okay, queen is under attack, so what to do? Queen d2 walks into knight c4 back. But then maybe something like queen f4, or you could play queen e2. And then if knight c4, bishop b3. So queen e2 might be more ambitious, looking to catch the knight with bishop to b3. But queen e2, okay, leaves this guy loose, leaves this guy loose. Black maybe plays queen b6. All right, queen f3 from Dominguez, completely another move. Wow, okay. Interesting. Okay, so my question would again be queen b6, tagging two of white's pieces. And then what does white want to do there? It's not clear to me. Maybe he's going for knight f5 stuff. I'm not sure. So queen b6. Bishop c3 is still playable. Maybe that's what he wants. Queen b6, bishop c3. If not queen b6, then bishop b3 is coming, and then black has, I think, issues with the knight. So, okay, sharp position. Complicated. They're showing Lazovic against Carlsen, which is a funny pairing because they just played in the Champions Chess Tour, where Lazovic had a good run, and probably a great experience for Lazovic, playing against all these top guys. Okay, queen f3, Shant Sargsyan thinking here. Lenderman, by the way, playing against MVL. So Lenderman had a tough game, but now he's got an even tougher opponent. And Shanklin Faruja still very much developing. Okay, Queen C4 from black. So this is actually maybe better than Queen B6 because here this doesn't allow Bishop C3. Black can just take it. So Queen C4. And hold on, what's going on here? How does white avoid losing material? Does anyone have any ideas? Because it feels like white should have something because this knight is so loose, but what exactly? Like Queen B3, black goes Queen takes D4. Well, we can jump to Lenderman in a second. I just want to figure this out. Like, what is white's move? I just want to make sure Dominguez is okay. I just want to know he's okay. Let's just make sure Dominguez gets home safe, and then we'll jump around. I see him in the camera. He's thinking. So, okay. Nothing special. So I'm not seeing like how white's not just losing a piece. Probably there is something. I just don't see it. I just don't see it. Because Queen B6, he had Bishop C3. He had that one under control. But here, there's no Bishop C3. I mean, maybe you can, like, Bishop A3, Queen D4, Knight E2, Queen E5. Like, you look for some way to trap the knight and eventually win it back. But it's just hard to calculate that. But Dominguez is good at calculation, so if someone can figure it out, he's the man for the job. Though the more time he spends here, the more nervous I'm going to get on his behalf. Because the more time he spends, the more time that means he's not finding a solution. Come on, Lenny. We just need to come up with a really good move. It's 15 plus 10 for the rapid. And then on the 30th, they're doing the World Blitz Championship, which is going to be, I think, 3 plus 2. So that'll be very fast. Dominguez still thinking. But this didn't have to happen, right? Because his last move was Queen F3. So he could have gone Queen D2. Where, I mean, white's fine, right? Like, I don't... Like, what's the problem? So is Queen F3 just like a massive blunder? Yeah, I mean, I'm just not seeing a move. I mean, he's not moving either. I mean, Dominguez tends to think, though. Like, so it's not like the fact that he's thinking is such a huge deal, but I just feel like, I don't know. I feel like we would have seen the idea by now if there was one. Okay, Queen B3. Ah, there it is. Okay, okay. I was looking for something like this. So yeah, he is exactly what I was looking for, but I'm not as strong as Toming is. So queen d4, knight e2, queen e5, f4. So knight e2 now. Queen e5, f4. And you say that black has no way to stay in touch with the knight on b2. Okay, bravo Dominguez. So he found his way out. He found his way out. That said, at the end of all this, black can maybe take on e4. So if queen e5, f4, queen e7, take knight e4. This seems okay for black, I think. Okay. People wondering about Lenderman's game. He's facing MVL. And I think I know the line you're talking about. Yeah, so this is like... So symmetrical Grunfeld, right? Fianchetto Grunfeld. C3. I think this is a Kramnik specialty. He came up with this move. Where it's like, I don't know, for some reason A5 or whatever move black makes, like now C4 is a better version. It's hard to explain. I'm not sure if it's working, but in rapid chess, you have a lot of flexibility. You know, you can try different ideas, and as long as you get your opponent out of book, I think that's kind of the goal, to put some pressure on them. Okay, now we got this endgame, which looks very, very equal. MVL, I think, will try to grind his way to a win, but I think in general white should be okay. So I'm gonna hope that Lenderman holds it. Okay, I also want to check in on Shankland because he was playing Fallujah. So we had this e4, rook b1, queen c2, and now takes with c pawn. So this is the more ambitious way to recapture versus e pawn, which would allow bishop f5, and then actually just bad news bears. So definitely cd5. And now, yeah, very double-edged structure. I mean, we got this Benoni. White has like c6 square, but black has ideas. So you can't go knight d4 right away, for example, because it's not your turn. And then after bishop a6, if you go knight d4 here, then you got to watch out for like knight takes e4 shots, and bishop takes d4. So bishop c1, knight d7, and now it looks like this is the live position. So knight d4, knight c6 is like first idea that comes to mind, but I guess knight d4, black maybe wants to put the knight on e5. So knight d4, knight e5, f4, knight d3. This is hanging with check. If you go knight c6, takes on e1, hitting the queen. So takes, black is winning. So it's double-edged. It's double-edged for sure. And Fallujah is one of those guys that's like really good at chess. So knight d7, bishop f1. Okay, Shankland offering the trade of light squared bishops. Generally, this is kind of a controversial decision because normally white doesn't want to be trading pieces in the Benoni structure where you have more space. Here we're trading off the bishops as defending our king. It's also kind of white's bad bishop, so there is logic in favor of this decision as well. But yeah, who knows? Maybe after the bishops come off, white will have a much easier time to exploit the weakness of the c6 square with knight d4, knight c6. Because then it'll be hard for black to use the d3 square. So bishop f1 might be a very clever move, where it's like knight e5, knight d4, and then black can't come in here. Knight c6 is a problem, f4 is an issue. I don't know. It's hard to say because white has also given up their light squared bishops, so now white's light squares are going to be a lot weaker. So what can we say? Chess is a difficult game. Okay, Firouzja thinking. Let's see, Dominguez, I think, is doing okay. Levon still pushing against Murzin. Sevian, crazy position against Sindarov. Really wild position, in fact. Very scary. Okay, knight f6 from Firouzja. Time for knight d4, I think. No, Shanklin goes king g2. Knight d4 not going anywhere. Yeah, very double-edged position. I mean, if black doesn't get anything in time, this knight d4, knight c6 is going to be a big problem. Firouzja thinking what to do. What to do. Let's see. So queen d7, knight d4. And then knight c6. h3. White just slowly kind of pushes. Like, where is black's counterplay? h3 as well. Yeah, just h3, knight d4, b3. So Firouzja, he's cooking up some magic right now. Yeah, Firouzja's scared. Okay, queen d7. Now maybe just h3. Just keep the control over the position. Yeah, Ray doing good. Okay, h3 played. Good job, Sam. Now what Firouzja wants. Rook e7, rook e8. Is that in time? Rook e7, knight d4, rook e8, knight c6. And then you have to sacrifice the exchange. Doesn't feel that amazing. So what's black doing on knight d4, knight c6? Then a3, b4, f4, so many ideas. Firouzja, half the time of Sam now, under 3 minutes. Really going into the tank here. Now, I'm sure Firouzja thinks of himself as a favorite in this game, but Sam's dangerous. Sam is very good. He works very hard. He's good calculation, good end games, good instincts, good mindset. He's always fighting. You know, so he's gonna be focus, great focus, maybe one of his best traits, like very strong concentration. So Firouzja, he's really like he's digging right now. He's really just digging his heels into the ground, trying to figure out what to do. Okay, c6. He breaks out. He's like, I gotta just play c6. So he's accepting just the worst position, but at least the knight won't live there forever. Now white should take and then try to use these light squares. Or is Sam thinking about knight d4 anyway? And keeping his grip on c6. Maybe knight d4 anyway. I somehow like this less. I feel like white should just be taking here and doing something like knight d5. I'm not sure. He was taking his time. In the meantime, Dominguez is down a pawn, but looks like he is very, very active. So he's got good comp. Okay. Oh, bishop g5 played. Takes on d5, takes on f6. Shanklin going for a good knight, bad bishop scenario. Firouzja thinking about throwing in de. Is de a move? No, he just takes back. Okay. Knight takes d5, queen d8. Defending everything like this. Ooh. It looks kind of ugly for black, but bishop is very strong now. Knight is good. Like, black does have active pieces. It's just like one weakness on d6. So it is very much in Firouzja's style, this position, but objectively, I think white is doing well. So go Sam. Maybe knight d4 next? Knight d4, knight b5, or knight c6. Okay, b3, also good. Okay, rook c8. Oof. Critical moment, folks, and players are tired. It's 8:30 p.m. in New York. Their day probably started like 11, 10. Now it's 8:30. They're exhausted. It's final round. They got 2 more days to go. But it's a critical round, round 5. So where heroes are made. Okay, rook c8, lining up against the queen. Now what to do here for Sam? Knight f6, queen f6, he's slightly better, at least. But maybe he's looking for more. But you can't move your queen anywhere because the e-pawn is hanging. So queen b1. And right now black is threatening knight takes e4. So we do have to move our queen away. So queen b1. Oh, a3. Shankland. Oh, he calculated knight e4, rook e4. Oh, that's nice. Okay, I'll show that. He saw knight e4, rook e4, guys. Then rook c2, rook e8. Knight takes f6. Okay, so Shanklin doing his calculation. Clearly. That's good to see. So bishop g7. Now knight takes e4 is a threat. So he gets out of the way. Queen b1, b5. And Firouzja with some counterplay here. I feel like he's getting himself into a reasonable position here. Okay, b4. Where's black going? Knight a4 probably, yeah. Most active move. Yeah, I see Carlsen losing right now. I'm watching the main broadcast. I got it open. I see he's losing against Lazovic. Big upset here, brewing. So Carlsen might not repeat World Rapid Champion. Okay, trades on c3. Wow, Firouzja's completely turned this around. Now his position just looks beautiful and active. And Shanklin's the one that needs to be, yeah, trying to hold on and looking for a draw. But probably still very close to equal here. The juniors are coming. Yeah, the juniors are coming. So queen c7. Just kind of reinforcing. So takes, queen takes. Can be active. Maybe rook e3, rook d2. Reinforce the rook yourself. Queen d1. I think white has many solid moves. Shanklin just trades. Okay, trading allows the queen to come in a bit, so I'm not totally sure, but probably white is still okay. Just seems a little bit passive. So Shanklin soon. Okay, 3.5 minutes, 2.5 for Firouzja. Dominguez still down a pawn, but I think he's safe. Also up on the clock. And Levon against Merzin. Levon, I think, is okay. That looks pretty equal there. Sevian, Sandarov. Sevian, big time trouble. But possibly, I mean, Sevian's game is crazy, actually. I don't know what's going on there. Let's go to Sevian. Because he's up. Oh, no, he's down the exchange against Sandarov, but he has 2 pawns for it. And what pawns? What pawns, right? Like, he's got the bishop coming out and some nice pawns. Ooh, Danya winning a piece against Jacobson. Unfortunate, another US versus US matchup there. Yeah, Danya's position looks completely winning. Fabi Savane. Fabi, not sure. Fabi might be winning, though. Fabi might be winning. Okay, trades, rook c1. I think bishop c5 is called for. g4. Oof, honestly, very sharp endgame. Like, maybe white is better, but black has some potential as well with the rook and 2 bishops. And strong center. Okay, so we'll see. These games about to get very spicy, I think. $20, Sam. Make a move, please. Please make a move. Make a move. King d6, bishop a4, bishop d7. I think we got to unpin the bishops so we can be more flexible. King d6, Sam. Make a move. Please. Please. Oh. Up. Up. Fabi. What's going on with Fabi? Oh, draw. Oh, draw. Draw. They agreed to a draw. I guess he offered a draw. Okay, cool. We'll take it. Fabi, knight c7. What's going on here? Bishop g6. Can white promote the pawn? I mean, he's down 2 pawns, so this a pawn is really a big deal. And king h2, so that's so he can get his rook out and not worry about rook a1. So king h2, this a pawn. How do you push it, though? You can't go rook b1. So maybe check rook a8, a7, but then how do you get out? So you need like 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 moves basically to promote. That's a lot of time. That's a lot of time. Black can go bishop e4, c5 in the meantime. Okay, knight e2. Also possible. Now check. King moves somewhere. White's bishop is cut off. So yeah, white doesn't seem to have enough juice to get this a-pawn moving, right? So rook on a4 is just stopping it. It's not a good construction. But Fabi very tricky. He'll come up with something. Rook d7, knight e6, something like this. Going for counterplay against g. Definitely don't want to take. That'll be bad. And if you don't move your rook, knight d4 is coming. So need to be careful. Need to be active, I think, as white. So rook d6, rook d7, rook d8 check. One of these 3 moves. Most likely. Otherwise, knight d4 just shuts you down. Okay, check. Now, king f7, rook d7 we can throw in. Check them, see if they want to draw. So you're checking them, but you're also checking if they want to draw or not. So it's a double check. Okay, king h7, Rasmus says no draw. Don't even offer me a draw. But now, hold on, knight e6, knight f8. Knight e6, knight f8, he can make a draw like this. And knight e6, knight f8. What's the issue? What's the problemo? I mean, we're making a draw. Maybe we don't want to draw. It's just, it doesn't seem like white has more than that, because bishop e4, c5 otherwise seems to keep this pawn under control. But okay, if you see you have enough for a draw, there's nothing wrong with looking for more, just in case. But I think we're going to see knights. Oh, wait, knight e6, h5. Knight e6, h5 still. Check, king h6. Rook d6. Knight f4. Black still hanging on there. So knight e6 not so easy, not so clear. Anyone on a perfect score? Not yet. Actually, Dominguez drew his game, so that means they're on 4.5 each. So the only player that can still get a perfect score is Merzin, but he's probably not winning this position against Levon. So yeah, likely it's going to be 4.5 for the leaders after the first day. But let's get back to Fabi here. Oh, down to 20 seconds. Rook d2. Ooh, that doesn't seem right. I don't know about that one. Okay. Rook d... it just feels passive. But okay, who knows? Who knows? Knight d4. Yeah, the players that are most invested in this tournament, probably Caruana and Arjun. This tournament is their chance to qualify, basically. It's really a lot of the pressure is on Arjun. I don't like this rook d2 at all. I don't know what was better, but I feel like this wasn't it. Wow, rook e7. So Fabi had the chance to go for a pretty drawish rook endgame with knight takes a6 and rook c5. That one looks kind of drawish to me, but he goes rook e7, which is probably just much more practical because now he can set up counterplay with either knight e8 or knight e6. So if like king g6, then I think knight e8, covering the f6 square, and then rook takes g7, and white is not worse. And if king g8, then knight e6. Yeah, I think black must have had something better earlier. I think Sane must have missed something. Okay, rook a2. And we might get a repetition here, like king g1, rook a1, or king g3, rook a3. That's my guess. Shanklin Fallujah did draw, by the way. So we had this, and then eventual exchanges and draw. Lenderman MVL also made a draw. And now Caruana Savani also looking drawish. Oh, 96. Fabi doesn't even defend the pawn. I think everything is a draw, but it'll be like takes here, rook moves somewhere, rook takes g7, and yeah. This will be drawn shortly. Looks like Danya won. Hans Niemann still playing against Duda. Oh, but Duda with the extra exchange and likely winning position. Okay, f5, knight f5. So bishop e5. A little technical work, but I think Duda should manage this one. Big game for him to get to 4 out of 5. And that's it. Hans resigns. Rook g3. Wow. I mean, you could play on here, but I guess he just found it hopeless because the problem is white is turning f5 takes rook g6 check. If the knight moves, it's rook g6 anyway. So Duda, 4 out of 5. Hans, 3 out of 5 after the first day. Not best, but honestly not bad. Like, there's 8 more rounds to go. Naka won, so he's on 4 out of 5. So a lot of players having a great tournament. Okay, Dominguez, 4.5 out of 5. Levon here, he's likely drawing, so he'll be on 4. Sevian drew, so he's on 4. Robson's on 4. Naroditsky's on 4. I think Caruana is going to be on 3.5. But that's still pretty good. Lenderman 3.5. Shanklin 3.5. Naka on 4. Okay, Levon. Yeah, definitely drawing this one. I'm not even sure who's playing for the win there. Probably Levon. Probably Levon wants to put some pressure. Let's stick with Fabi until this one comes to a conclusion. This should be a draw, or should have been a draw, but you never know. I mean, until white wins back the pawn, it's always a little bit risky. But yeah, takes, rook d7, rook f5, king g4, rook e5, king f4. Rook h5, king g4. I think they're going to repeat. Calling it now, king f4, king g4, draw by repetition. Okay, let's see what else. Oh, Wesley So. Yeah, Fabi game drawn. Wesley, this looks like a win. Wow, look at this. Look at this insane game. But this looks like a win for black. Or is it? D3. Rook D8. Now if you go D2, is that winning? Well, Wesley decides he has to try. Oh, king just goes this way. Oh, yeah. Easy win. Easy win. Wow, very nice. Very nice, Wesley. So Wesley will be on 3 out of 5. Not a great start for him, but still in contention. Still in contention. King g4, and yeah, bishop just parks on a8. King takes this pawn, and eventually white just slowly gets zugzwanged to oblivion. So bring this back. Although, wait, actually king e3. Oh no, it might be a draw, folks. It might be a draw because here, f3 check. Oh, f4. Oh, Wesley too strong. f4. He figured out. Yeah, because otherwise it would have been a draw, I think. But this is now, yeah, this is now easy win. But if he had moved his bishop, then f3 check and king f4, and white's getting the last pawn back. And if you take this one, then h5. That's an issue. So f4 takes here, and white resigned. So nice win by Wesley. Okay, Levon, this one is definitely going to be a draw. And we still have David Brodsky playing against David Anton. Spanish GM. But Brodsky is down 2 pawns. And, oh, knight f6. That's a killer move. Can't take on e5. So it's, yeah, just completely hopeless. Completely over. Okay, bishop d7. But just e4, I think. It's too many pawns for black. All right, folks, that's going to wrap it up for our first day. Hope you enjoyed it. Wow, we were on for 7 hours. 0 dropped frames. So shout out to the internet connection. I think I'll be back tomorrow for day 2. Round 6 through 10. 6 through 10. Yes. No. 6 through... maybe 4 rounds tomorrow. I think 6 through 9 and then the final 4 rounds. 6 through 9. Okay, so 4 rounds tomorrow, 4 rounds the next day. So it'll be shorter day tomorrow. But we'll be fun. We'll keep following the American players and wishing them the best. You know, we got chances. Dominguez at the top. Aronian's up there. Caruana, Sevian, Lenderman, Shanklin, Naka. You know, they're all up there. So they got chances. Alrighty, folks. It was fun. Thanks for tuning in. See you guys next time. Oh, before I forget, the new book is out. How to Analyze Your Games. Check it out. !book. Merch is on sale as well. If you use the code WinterDojo, get 20% off all merch. That's off the site, chessdojo.shop/shop. And lastly, training program. We're doing our New Year's deal. You can get a free month of the training program if you go to chessdojo.club. You can sign up, use code NY25 at checkouts, and get your first month free. So try out the full training program and see if you like it. And if you want to sign up for 2025, now is a great chance to do so to boost your rating in the future. Alrighty, folks, this was fun. I'll catch you all tomorrow, hopefully. Take care. Bye-bye.